to safeguard this trust by ensuring that the elections are free from manipulation and coercion. And we all have a role to play. Most importantly, those are the grassroots who will benefit from our discussions here have a very important role to play. They need to be educated about their rights, the do's and the don'ts. They need to be educated to know how they may be manipulated so that they are not indeed manipulated. As we embark on our discussions today, I encourage you all to share your insights and experiences openly. Let us say what we have been afraid to say. Let us listen to each other with empathy and engage in constructive dialogue. Together, we can develop actionable plans that will lead to a more cohesive, secure, and a peaceful nation. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your presence and participation. Your dedication to these crucial issues is a source of inspiration and hope. May our deliberations be fruitful, and may they contribute to a brighter and more harmonious future for our country and our countries. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. You are all welcome, and thank you for your attention.
Please, a round of applause again. Thank you very much indeed. Now let's sit, listen with rapt attention, because the man in charge of our national security is going to speak to us about our responsibilities, because it is a shared responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome the Minister of National Security, Albert Kan Dapa.
My Lord Bishops, Archbishops from Ghana, from Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, the senior advisor to the President of Ghana, and my Lord Bishops, we also have within the security and intelligence community our own kind of bishops, one of whom happens to be here. So let me recognize Bishop Francis Puku, our senior in the intelligence and security community. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, fellow citizens, what an honor. An honor for me to address you today at what I consider a very, very significant forum on social cohesion, security, peaceful elections. And an occasion that also gives me the opportunity to reflect on some of the security challenges that we have within our region. But at the outset, I will want to extend my gratitude to the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference also the Catholic Relief Service. They have collaborated very, very well with our National Counter-Terrorism Fusion Center, which is an agency under the Ministry of National Security, to do many things, including organizing this crucial gathering. We are most grateful to you and to the church. I am, in fact, my Lord Bishop, aware of the continued support that my National Counter-Terrorism Fusion Center receives from the Catholic Relief Service, particularly regarding efforts to build resilience against terrorism and violent extremism in northern Ghana. More recently, the Catholic Relief Services has provided support for the organization of a series of fora across the country to review the national framework for preventing and countering terrorism, which is Ghana's main operational blueprint for preventing the incidence of terrorism in the country. We remain most grateful, my Lord Bishop, for this kind of support. More importantly, we believe that such collaborative efforts between the ministry and the Catholic Relief Services go to reinforce the concept of the all-of-society approach, which we captured in our national security strategy of Ghana, the basis of which is that all segments of society have a role to play in safeguarding the peace and stability of the state. And highlighting the cooperation between the Catholic Relief Service and the Ministry of National Security in this regard, I believe sets a perfect tone to initiate discussions on the theme for this forum and provides the opportunity for me to sound a clarion call for action for peace in Ghana as assigned to me by the organizers of this forum. My Lord, bishops, archbishops, let me also congratulate you for the Sahel Peace Initiative that you have been advocating in recent times. I took over as the Minister for National Security almost some 7.5 years ago. And that was to be expected. I had handing over notes, very, very voluminous, talked about everything that I needed to know. But it may surprise you to learn that the portion that related to terrorism in the sub-region was only about 2-3 pages. Because at the time, it wasn't considered a major security threat. If I leave my seat now and I have to prepare handing over notes, trust me, over 70% of my handing over notes will be on the threat of terrorism in the sub-region. The things that are happening in some of these Sahelian countries, in Mali, in Niger, in Burkina Faso, are just too bad. On a daily basis, people are being killed. People who do not know why the fight is even going on. On a daily basis, people are being forced out of schools. So in Burkina Faso, for instance, they have some of the most beautiful schools you can think of in terms of infrastructure. They have some of the most beautiful clinics and hospitals. But today, you will not advise yourself to ask your child to go to school. So the schools are there. Nobody is attending. Even if you were very sick, you may not be bold enough to advise yourself to go to the hospital. The journey from your house to the hospital may well be the last journey that you may embark upon. And in recent times, my Lord, bishops, the intensity of the attacks and some of the things that are happening are just too bad. On one occasion, in one of these countries, over 100 people were killed at a go. This month, so many people have been killed in Niger. So many people have been killed in Mali. So many people are being killed on a daily basis in Burkina Faso. And today, yes, it is true that a large portion of Burkina Faso, the land area of Burkina Faso, has been taken over by these terrorists. It means a lot to our sub-region. And I keep saying to myself, when I consider the ease with which they've been able to move into neighboring countries such as Cote d'Ivoire, such as Benin, such as Togo, because from their base in Burkina Faso, they've been able to go into Cote d'Ivoire. And there are frequent attacks in Cote d'Ivoire. They've been able to go to Togo. And there are attacks in Togo. They've been able to go to Benin from Burkina Faso because they share borders. Burkina Faso shares borders with these countries. Sooner or later, I suspect, they will also try to go into Guinea from Mali. They share a border. They will try to go into Senegal. And once they go into Guinea, once they go into Senegal, once they remain in Cote d'Ivoire, they remain in Togo, they remain in Benin, Burkina Faso, virtually the whole of West Africa would have been taken over by these people. It is that dangerous, and it is important that we have fora such as this so that we will be able to address this very, very serious challenge that confronts us. This is the most appropriate gathering, and I congratulate the organizers for bringing us together. So, how come that you have a country like Mali? They've always had a very, very strong armed forces. They have a number of men also in the armed forces. These terrorists, when they come, in terms of numbers, it's not frightening. The soldiers in Mali far outnumber them. These terrorists have not been trained the way our soldiers have been trained all these years. So how come that they are unable, that is, our soldiers are unable to defeat them? This is primarily because in the past, we did not build the necessary resilience. See, when you are building a developing nation, your concentration is on getting the economic infrastructure, the social infrastructure in place. It isn't the normal practice for you to say that between building schools and buying weapons and ammunition for the soldiers, which one should I prioritize? When you don't have chocolate, when you don't have drugs in the hospitals, why do you want to go and buy guns? And in any case, whoever thought that there could be any external aggression against any of the West African countries? But today, that is where we are. And we've been caught at a time when we did not build the resilience militarily. And we've been caught at a time when we don't have money to build the necessary resilience to face the challenges that we are having. That is how bad it is. And not just how bad it is, that is just how serious it is. We need to continue to discuss some of these issues and find solutions to the grave challenge that I believe we have. Coming back home, and over the years, we've been touted in Ghana as an oasis of peace, you see, in a volatile West African region. This an accolade, which is backed by evidence. Evidence from indicators such as the Global Peace Index, where Ghana has consistently been ranked as one of the most peaceful countries in the region and also on the African continent. Indeed, the peace that we enjoy today as a country, whose origin can arguably be tied to the inception of the Fourth Republican Dispensation, did not just happen. We achieved peace through hard work, through sacrifices, following decades of upheavals marked by political instability, arising from coup d'etats and counter-coup d'etats, all of which succeeded in derailing our forward march toward genuine socio-economic development in the aftermath of independence. And of course, the younger generation of today, who have not had a taste of what it is like to live in a politically unstable environment, may not fully appreciate this background. Those of us old enough, and I certainly qualify to be one of them, and Lord Archbishop, I'm 72 years, so I'm old enough to have lived through those dark periods in the history of Ghana. And most people of my age will not wish for us to return to what some of us continue to see as the dark old days. And I don't want to sound or project myself as a prophet of doom. No. Certainly not in the presence of so many bishops and archbishops. But I remain genuinely concerned about a number of internal and external factors which, when left unaddressed, I believe can undermine the peace and stability of Ghana. Externally, I've mentioned the twin problems of terrorism and violent extremism that have spread across neighboring countries in the Sahel in recent times, and which continue to pose challenges to the peace and stability of Ghana. Today, the epicenter of all these terrorist activities is Burkina Faso. And remember, Burkina Faso sits on the whole of our northern border. The 630-kilometer stretch of our northern border is occupied by Burkina Faso. And as they say, when your neighbor's house is on fire, you must know your house will also, or can also be on fire. And we have not recorded a direct attack, but it would be wrong to assume that our country is not at risk. In fact, our country remains at risk due to this strong determination on the part of the terrorist groups to expand their areas of operations southwest from the Sahel region to the coastal states along the Gulf of Guinea. It is worrying. Worrying to note that, with the exception of Ghana, as I've already said, all the coastal states along the Gulf of Guinea have recorded terrorist attacks. And more worrying is the fact that, unlike the terrorists in the global north, who embark on such activities, such terrorist activities, only to cause fear and panic. You know, in Europe, in America, their idea of terrorist attack is somebody going to a classroom, shooting a couple of students and teachers, or somebody going to the railway station, killing people here and there. Their objective is just to cause fear and panic. It never is the objective of that terrorist to take over America or the European country. But the terrorists operating in our region are more interested in capturing our territories and taking control of the governance of states. The terrorist threat that is ravaging neighboring countries, therefore, does not pose danger only to our peace, but also to the very survival of the state. In Burkina Faso, where clearly over 60-70% is now in the hands of the terrorists, you do not hear of regional ministers, you do not hear of mayors appointed by government, you hear of terrorist commanders in these areas. They want to capture the territory and own the territory and forces to live under their governance. It makes a whole lot of difference. And related to this threat of terrorism and violent extremism that has the potential to undermine the peace of Ghana and other nearby countries and other West African states, is this recent wave of democratic reversals that have blown across the West African region. Incidentally, the countries in the Sahel region grappling with terrorism are the same countries most impacted by the recent wave of democratic reversals. In fact, the inability of democratically elected governments to address the scourge of terrorism is often cited by the coup plotters. Well, at least that happened in Burkina Faso, it happened in Mali, and it has also happened in Niger as justification for their actions to topple the governments. And beyond this adverse impact of the threat of terrorism on democracy, as evidenced in the case of the three Sahelian states, concerns about the potency of democracy to yield socio-economic dividends capable of enhancing the living conditions of people have also heightened across many African countries, including Ghana. The growing loss of confidence in the potency of democracy to meet the aspirations and also the expectations of the citizenry is contributing to a mistrust between governments and the governed, thus threatening the peace and also the stability of the states. And there appears to be a great awakening among the populations of Africa who are willing to demand for good governance. Governance that promotes inclusivity. Governance that prioritizes job creation for the teeming youth. And governance that deals away with corruption and also marginalization. Internally, and coming home to Ghana, we continue to be confronted with the threat of electoral violence, which has in the past threatened to destroy our country. We are confronted with the threat of electoral violence, and this should not be taken lightly. It has the ability to undermine the beauty of our democracy. Yes, we have succeeded as a country in ensuring a transition of power from one political party to another on more than 2 occasions since the inception of the Fourth Republic. The electoral processes leading to the transitions have not been devoid of pockets of violence. I must acknowledge, however, that the decisions by political parties to resort to the courts to address their grievances over electoral outcomes have aided in preventing a full-blown electoral crisis. The 2024 general elections will certainly test the strength of our democracy. Our ability to prevent electoral violence, given the high stakes involved, where the 2 major political parties appear convinced about their prospects of emerging victorious. That obviously creates a security challenge for me, where I sit. We may, for the first time, experience a situation where none of the major political parties will be willing to explore the courts to address their grievances. And indeed, I've heard some senior people in the political space saying that they have lost faith in the court's ability to address their concerns when it comes to elections. So, this can create a situation that can set the stage for chaos. And it underscores the need for us to build a robust and transparent electoral system where results coming from same will be acceptable by all parties as a way of guaranteeing peace before, during, and after the elections. Of course, instituting measures to insulate the state against the threat of terrorism, taking steps to boost the confidence of the citizenry in the potency of democracy to yield expected dividends, and implementing mechanisms to uphold the sanctity of the electoral process to prevent electoral violence and also preserve the peace and stability of Ghana, to me, should remain the foremost duty of the state. And yet, the state alone does not possess all it takes to build the societal cohesion and resilience that is needed to safeguard our peace and stability. The cultural, the ethnic, the religious, and ideological differences inherent in the Ghanaian society demands a multifaceted approach involving a wide range of stakeholders, including religious groups, traditional authorities, civil society organizations, the media, among others, to work collaboratively with government to preserve the peace and stability of the state. Let us not fail our country in this regard. And cognizant of this fact, the national security strategy places a high premium on adopting what we call the whole of government and the whole of society approach, which demand all and sundry to actively participate in the processes aimed at ensuring the peace and stability of Ghana. As Ghana finds itself at such a critical juncture ahead of the 2024 general elections, we must be guided. We must be guided by the fact that the actions or inactions of all stakeholders, particularly the political parties, the religious groups, the traditional authorities, civil society organizations, and the media could have far-reaching implications for the peace of the country. And to put this in a proper perspective, the peace of the country will be jeopardized when religious leaders decide to preach sermons that incite members of one religion against another religion. Certainly, our peace will not be guaranteed if traditional authorities decide to advance arguments that create divisions among the ethnic groups. Again, we stand no chance. We certainly stand no chance at preserving the peace of the state when the media and civil society organizations become institutions to misinform and disinform in furtherance of a parochial political agenda. But let me also concede that we need the media, civil society organizations, or the groups that I have mentioned to be active in what they do to ensure that accountability remains part of our governance culture in this country. The institutions, especially the media, civil society organizations, are key accountability institutions. We cannot do without them. We wouldn't have been able to reach where we are in Ghana without them. The danger is when, instead of looking forward as a Ghanaian, they look left as this political party or right as that political party, obviously because of a parochial political agenda. I think we risk plunging the country into a deep state of chaos when politicians are also allowed to utter divisive and inflammatory comments to advance their political interests without recourse to the imperatives of unifying our people in pursuit of a common goal of development. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate. Building a peaceful, cohesive society is not the responsibility of a single entity. It is a collective endeavor. The government, civil society, religious and traditional leaders, private sector, citizens, we all need to work together. We must work together towards this common goal. We must foster a culture of dialogue, a culture of tolerance, respect for diversity. And let us please use this forum as an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to peace and social cohesion. And please let us explore solutions, innovative solutions to the challenges that we face and build partnerships that transcend our differences. And as I bring my remarks to an end, having spoken for too long a time, but my Lord Bishops, you should understand. I mean, you don't ask politicians to come and make some few remarks, as you said to me. We like talking, especially when we have nothing to say. So, as I bring my remarks to an end, I want to call on all Ghanaians, I want to call on all West Africans to embrace the values of unity, the values of peace, the values of inclusivity. Please let us work together to build a Ghana where every citizen feels valued and secure, where our differences are celebrated, and where peace and prosperity are the hallmarks of our society. And again, my Lord Bishops, let me take this opportunity also to make a remark. Having been at the center of all these efforts being made by various security ministers, various governments in our sub-region to solve this problem of terrorism. There was a time when we felt that the best way of addressing this matter is for all of us to come together, especially those of us who are under serious threat of getting these terrorists to come and disturb us. And that was the reason why we formed what we call the Accra Initiative. The Accra Initiative brought together countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. We decided to work together. We decided to share intelligence, because in this game, very much part of the fight is getting access to intelligence. And intelligence that is gathered in Ghana and is not passed over to Ivory Coast may result in a very, very serious situation in that country. And it would be, if only they had given us that intelligence. So we decided to come together to share intelligence. Today we're doing that, and we're doing that very, very well. We also felt that none of the countries can do it on its own. And even if we can do it much better if we come together. And we agreed, and we planned that we probably could even have a multinational joint task force that could go to the aid of any of the countries that is under attack. And we were working towards that. Today, and I don't blame anybody for that, there have been some sharp differences. Sharp differences, which means that some people have tried to distance themselves from ECOWAS. And I don't blame them. I don't know whether it was right for them to do it or not. But I believe that, as the bishop said, security is everything. Right. We believe that for the purposes of our security, we should continue to be able to work together, even if there are political differences. It is the only way we can fight these terrorists. Today, that doesn't seem to be the case, because some of the countries want to do it on their own, particularly the three Sahelian countries believe that they can try it on their own. I do not think that would be the best way to go about it. And in any case, it could be a little bit selfish on the part of, say, Mali, to say that we will do it on our own. When it comes to fighting terrorism, there isn't any country in the sub-region as experienced as Mali. They should be in a position to advise us, the countries that have not been attacked. They should be able to advise countries like Burkina Faso that have recently been attacked, for them to go away from us because of political differences is not, in my humble opinion, the best. Let us continue to have the political differences, even within the same country. There are political differences. There will always be political differences. But at all times, let us make sure that there are no differences when it comes to making sure that our countries are safe, are peaceful, and are secure. Thank you very much.
There's one thing I have discovered over a long period, at least in the last 4 years, in my encounters with the Dr. Batabanas, their center, and the things they do. So after the minister is done speaking, you suddenly feel there's a reality that has to be confronted. You may not have noticed, and suddenly you are beginning to think about it. But the reassuring thing about the center is that they appear to be in a certain control. In 2021, August, the CDD trained 88 of its officers to do a monitoring within 44 border districts, communities in the country. The report was very reassuring, despite the fact that there's some influx out of the spill from our closest neighbor. People were aware. Radicalization was seen to be almost non-existent, except influences in abuse of drugs. And at the right time, Dr. Bana will tell you how this impacts on what the minister just spoke about. Please, a round of applause once again for the minister. He deals with this like his comfort zone as a chartered accountant. In a similar way, he gave us a lot to chew on and to be hopeful about this country when he chaired the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament. I suppose at the time, many of us got to hear about that committee. Thank you once again, the Honorable Minister. We'd like to acknowledge, and I've seen many significant stakeholders here as far as this is concerned. Under the platform of the NCCE, I've engaged many of you here on this subject. So we'd like to acknowledge Mamaga Agumakosia the Fifth, who is a traditional ruler. Thank you very much for being with us, Mamaga. Also, Togbi Bobo Lulu the Fifth, also a traditional ruler. Thank you very much, Togbi. He is the National House of Chiefs representative with us here. And chiefs have a very pivotal role to play. If you read the stories about the encounters in the border communities, you cannot do without them. We recognize also the presence. He's already been announced, and he was announced as bishop. So I tried to find out, maybe I haven't known when he was made a bishop. And I understand that he's in church all the time. The former National Security Minister, Mr. Francis Spoku, thank you very much for being here. Just recently, he also sounded the alarm in the same fashion as the national security has been doing at various fora. And so there is a need to be aware. He was mentioned earlier, but he joined us a little later. The Honorable Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Stephen Asamoah Boateng, thank you for being here with us. And I'm doing this in no particular order because I know I could be held in contempt. The senior minister with such rich, as it were, knowledge to assist in our governance, the Honorable Yao Osafo Mafo. Thank you very much for being here. Bishop Emmanuel K. Fianu, the Bishop of Ho, thank you very much for being in our midst. So now, we will quickly, in the next 10 minutes, get an overview of the Sahel Peace Initiative. Don't move, because right after that, there will be the launch of the 5-year strategic plan for peace building, and then we will take a break. So let's welcome Jacques Kabori, the Sahel Peace Initiative Regional Coordinator. And please, he says, listen to his heart. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry because we are presenting here. I was asking him how we will deal with that because there is a picture here with the summary of the framework of SPI vision. I would like to apologize about this challenge. But as I said, of course, I'm coming from Burkina Faso, and we speak French there. I will try to speak English. And please, if facing an issue to understand what I'm saying, just listen to my heart. Thank you. Here we could see a triangle. We are trying to capture as possible how could be the vision of bishops, of the conferences, episcopal conferences, of the countries member of SPI. As you could see, and it's already said, SPI is a call. It's the alert. As in Africa, we used to see in the past time, in our country's culture, there is someone who, even at night, will go out and call with an instrument to whistle and call all of the population to go out on the night. And then even kids, women, youth, and elders will know that there is something happening. This is an initiative. And the bishops, thanks to the minister of talking about the mapping of the situation in West Africa, the bishops noted that there is something wrong happening. And they said that we have to do something. Not only bishop of one country, but all the bishops, all the conferences, we have to do something. We have to go out of the church and be with the population and live with them. And the main issue was insecurity. The main issue was lack of cohesion. The main issue is the human being is being destroying. What could they do? And they said that, let us advocate. And then the first point, how there is the regional advocating. And after that, of course, some stakeholders could hear this message and come and sit together and discuss and share their vision, their experiences, like we are doing here today. This is the network. There might be a regional network after a regional advocacy. And after the network, of course, there might be programming activities to face the daily issues through projects, but also programs. The regional programming could involve stakeholders like the NGOs, the international NGOs. I know many of institutions are here. This is your place in terms of regional approach. After the regional, it could be the national level. The national level, we keep the same structure. Advocacy in the national level, networking, but also programming. I will say on the programming one in the country like Ghana. How to mobilize resources for health, for emergency, for education. Mainly education on peace building, starting since the primary school. How to start education and come back on education using our culture, rooting in our culture. How could we go back to Africa roots, culture roots, and then build for kids. Of course, emergency, I talk about that. But here also would be involved in a kind of network, because we're facing in Africa that some NGOs, some associations are working separately. As Excellency said, that is not political. That's here really deeply, pragmatically, what could be done between all the stakeholders. What kind of a network could be built in the national level so that resources could be mobilized locally and regionally before waiting for outside funds to come? How could we do it? So, and here is the mapping, and you will see at the right side, it's written local leadership. How to ensure that we're strengthening all the stakeholders at each level, but also how to mobilize at each level. For the national advocacy, how to mobilize resources. For the networking, how to mobilize. For the programming, how to mobilize. This is some questions we can try to find responses. And at the left side, it's the meal, the military evaluation. It's very important. If stating that we're here, we're committed to help people, we have to be transparent on all the level of our action. Since the assessment, local assessment, the mapping, to the design, to the implementation, and taking lesson learned and accountability. Because those for who we're saying that we want to act, they're waiting for something, the outputs, the impact, and a sustainable one. I will stop here by saying from my heart now that it's a dream. More a dream, it's a vision. Excellency, you are talking about how to go beyond the political aspect. I think here we could start by getting a link, a heart link between us here. Because each of us here has something to share. Not only the church, not only the bishops. The bishops are showing the road, the approach, the principle, roots on love. But each of us here has something to do. I will announce, he will take the floor here for his speech. The regional president of SPI, Bishop Bazier, who is here. He's my boss. So, I think together, not only from each country, not only stopping around our own country, but going together as a region, I think something could be happening. Because God is looking on us. Yes, He gave us resources, up to us to manage together based on love. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbori. Now that you will appreciate why he said, listen to him from the heart. But I appreciate that you would have gleaned something from what he had to say. So we will have the country representative of the Catholic Relief Services Ghana to assist us to do the launch of the 5-year strategic plan for peace building. Please, let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Samson, and good morning. I think Jack has done a very, very wonderful job in kind of framing the conversation around the need for the Sahel Peace Initiative. Since I'm neither a bishop nor a politician, I've been asked to keep this very brief, and so I'll stand on existing protocols. I'm very excited to be here just for about a few reasons. One is the fact that over the last 1 year, we've been working very hard to develop this strategic plan, because it's important for us to know the direction we're going. And so we've worked with a number of stakeholders to develop this plan over the last year. Secondly, to just see the amount of people gathered here, the experts. I was very impressed to see the senior minister this morning, the Honorable Minister of Chieftaincy, who, by the way, is a neighbor and likes to exercise every morning. And, of course, the Honorable Minister of National Security. And in the room, we also have experts in the subject matter. We have ambassadors, we have the diplomatic community, we have civil society. In fact, we have all our chiefs, religious leaders. We have all the people needed to advance peace and security in Ghana. So my work here is very simple, just to frame, provide a little bit of insight into what is in the strategic plan and create indulgence of the high table to launch the plan. In addition, I would like to express appreciation and gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the development of the plan, with a special thanks to the Catholic Bishops' Conference, who have provided leadership in this endeavor, especially the SPI working group. We have some of the working group members seated here. They've provided a lot of leadership and intellectual support in moving this forward. I'm also grateful to the Ministry of National Security, who have provided some legitimacy to this process by contributing and reviewing and providing input. And in fact, if you look at the plan, which will be launched fairly soon, the preface is written by the Honorable Minister, just to show the level of involvement. And as the Honorable Minister mentioned earlier on, we've worked very closely with the ministry as CRS. And I'd like to give special commendation to Brigadier General Timothy Batabana. He is no ordinary man. If you see his title and his achievements, it's great. But he's an extremely humble, ordinary man. He's made himself ordinary. So, Honorable Minister, we just want to, in your presence, acknowledge the support that Brigadier General has provided to us. He's incredibly accessible. And I think this is what security is all about, where we can bridge that gap between civilians and the military forces. And I think he's such a fine example in this regard. I'd also like to thank the SPI Regional Coordination Office, headed by Bishop Bazier, for the support and the financial contribution they've made through the investment that CRS has made in this process. And very lastly, to the Justice and Peace, Governance, Justice and Peace Directorate of the National Catholic Bishops' Conference, Secotaps, Nabokado, who have all played crucial role in the implementation of SPI over the last 2 or 3 years. About 5 years ago, the Episcopal Conferences of Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Mali, and Niger convened in Burkina Faso. And the reason why they came together was to address this crisis in the Sahel region. I was just reading the preface and understood that just in the first quarter of this year alone, we've had about 984 attacks, and also about 3,214 deaths, which is a sharp increase of about 130% from what we were experiencing last year. So it means that this crisis is huge and has been stemming for the last 10 years. So they convened to look at how they could address this issue, which culminated to the Sahel Peace Initiative. And it's called an initiative and not a project because we want to ensure that it is an ongoing process. It is one that brings everybody together and not a project that has a timeline. So the initiative laid a strong foundation, allowing us to promote social cohesion and develop sustainable solutions to the issues at hand. As we gather here today, we are once again reminded of the importance of our collective efforts in preventing violent extremism. The 5-year strategic plan that will be launched shortly is a necessary initiative that ensures coordinated efforts among stakeholders fostering stability. We cannot speak of our national identity without charting a course towards integration of peace, security, and development. Ladies and gentlemen, peace building transcends a mere absence of conflict. It involves creating an enabling environment where every individual can thrive. And this is why it's also important for us to address the issue of marginalization. I see our friends from the Fulbe Youth Association. This is one of the areas that we want to provide some support to as part of this strategy. So the strategic plan outlines a soft approach that complements ongoing counterterrorism efforts and harnessing the Catholic Church's influence to advance peace building throughout Ghana, and also to leverage on the Church's convening power. So what is in the plan that we're going to launch today? The 5-year SPI plan for peace building is anchored on 7 carefully selected pillars. The first pillar is promoting interreligious, intergenerational, and intercultural dialogue to foster tolerance and prevent tensions. And if you look at the landscape of conflict within the Sahel region, it is evident that people have utilized or misrepresented religious beliefs to perpetrate violence in many communities. The second part is enhancing security and social cohesion through community engagement and international collaboration. And again, we're recognizing that every stakeholder has a role to play in enhancing security, and especially at the community level, where we can build trust between local communities and security forces. I think the Honorable Minister talked about the Accra Initiative, looking at why it is important for us to have international collaboration. As we sit in the room, I note we have several representatives from the international community. We have the German ambassador, we have EU representatives, the US embassy, all gathered here, among many other international stakeholders. And the SPI has also been working over the last 2 years to provide global attention on this subject. So I think about 2 years ago, we organized a dialogue between Christian and Muslim leaders to interact with the US Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. And just last year, we sent 2 delegations, an inter-religious delegation to the US to interact with the headquarters of USAID, policymakers, think tanks, congressmen and their representatives to shed light on the issues of the Sahel region and to mobilize global policy action around these issues. The third part is looking at strengthening the humanitarian response and crisis management to build community resilience. We cannot tackle the issue of peace without looking at the humanitarian impact that is already caused by the conflict and the tensions we're seeing within the region. And if you look at the border towns of Upper East and Upper West, they've become home to many refugees who have fled Burkina Faso into Ghana for safe haven. And it's important that we can look at global action and national action that can at least provide some relief to these displaced people. The fourth part of the strategy is looking at fostering economic and social development by promoting inclusive growth and addressing inequalities. Very fundamental to the issue of peace and building community resilience is the extent to which people can meet their basic needs and services, as well as have economic livelihoods. And so it's important that as we look at the concept of security, it is not treated as a standalone entity, but one that is heavily linked to socioeconomic development. After all, when people are economically stable and their needs are met, it's difficult for violent extremists to bring in goods and services to influence their behaviors. The fifth part of the strategy is looking at promoting environmental sustainability by integrating environmental considerations into security planning. And these days, you can't talk about any aspect of our lives without the impact on environment, and even the access to resources and all of that needs to be managed properly. The sixth part of the strategy is enhancing advocacy and awareness to counter extremist propaganda and raise public consciousness. And this is an area that the Ministry of National Security has done well. I think we all know see something, say something. And it's important that we continue to publicly discuss some of these issues for public awareness. And that is why this project is also, this initiative is also working closely with the Ghana, Ghana Journalist Association. And the seventh part, which is not the least, is issues around gender considerations. When issues of security happen, women suffer the most. And so how do we put them at the front and center of this initiative, ensuring that we can empower them and prevent gender-based violence as well? These are the 7 key pillars of the strategy. And the strategy is guided by certain principles. I think Jack mentioned a few of them. Issues around inclusivity and participation, evidence-based decision-making, local empowerment and local leadership, adaptability and resilience, collaboration, and partnership. And again, as I indicated, the road to getting to this point was very consultative, ensuring that we had all the stakeholders and decision makers around the table. So this comprehensive framework aims to create a peaceful and inclusive society by leveraging collaborative efforts and complementing government efforts. And I just want to again commend the Ministry of National Security for the leadership it's providing and for ensuring that we're demystifying security and showing that it's possible for us to have that collaboration between stakeholders. The successful implementation of this strategic plan will require coordinated efforts from the church, the National Counter-Terrorism and Fusion Center, and other key stakeholders, most of whom are in this room. It also requires resources. After all, we cannot implement these activities. All these pillars have activities that ought to be implemented. And so looking at how we can implement these activities, both kinetic and non-kinetic, to ensure that we are holistically tackling the issues at hand. Resources to undertake dialogue, mobilize, and implement these strategies should be what we're looking at going forward. And so very happy to see that we have some of the donors in the room. It is therefore a call on our donors, the national government and civil society, communities, and all interested stakeholders to not only mobilize resources, but also look at how we can manage these resources at hand through synergies and collaborations so that we are not reinventing the wheel or duplicating efforts. Our overall vision is clear. We want to have a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society built through collaborative efforts and an alignment with government initiatives. So as we embark on this journey with the SPI Ghana 5-year strategic plan, let us remember that it is more of just a road, it's not just a roadmap, it is a shared vision that demands our collective action and dedication. And so I urge each of us here in the room, government officials, civil society, organizations, international development partners, local communities, traditional leaders, religious leaders, to join in this communal endeavor to build a peaceful and cohesive Ghana. So when I was asked to do the launch, I said, well, it's going to be very difficult for me to launch this document when we have the senior minister in the room, the Minister of National Security, the President of the Bishop Conference, we have the SPR coordinator, our Minister for Chieftaincy, and we've just been joined by the EU Ambassador, His Excellency Echad Razali. Welcome, sir. So I would, this is how the strategic document looks like. And so I'm going to call on the high table to look at the document. And Honorable Minister, I know this is probably a breach of protocol, but I would humbly request that we add your voice to the launch of the strategic document so that we know that it's blessed by the Honorable Minister himself. So Honorable Minister, with your kind permission, if you could do us the honors of officially launching it. Now, for everyone else, we have a barcode that will be shown here. Can we project it? You can pick it up just for ensuring that we're not wasting papers. We're going to do the digital option first, and then we will, in due course, make the document available to all.
My Lord Bishops and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the preface to this publication was written by myself, which means I fully associate myself with whatever is contained in this booklet, and not only me, my ministry is supportive of it. We have contributed to it. We want to be able to contribute to it. But let me tell you exactly what came to my mind as briefed about this project that my ministry was engaged in. I said to myself, so why haven't we done this all this time? And I also said to myself, may it so happen that it doesn't end, that other institutions will also consider doing something like this. This initiative in Ghana, if ever there was a project that was extremely useful, most relevant, very, very timely, in my opinion, it is this initiative. And I think we should all give it our support. We should all give it our support. If there is anything that should always bind us together as citizens of a country or in the sub-region, obviously, it is peace and security. We may have our differences. It always has been my extreme pleasure to be, like the senior minister, a strong supporter of Kotoko. My own son that I brought to the world thinks Kotoko is not a team, and is a strong supporter of House of Folk. We may have our differences, but when it comes to peace, security in the country, there can be no differences. And that is how I look upon this project, and that is why I commend this project, and that is why I believe all of you must be involved. Initially, we had this fear. Should we go about telling Ghanaians about all these threats coming from terrorism and violent extremism? We thought we needed to be careful. Then at some point in time, we said, no. The way things are developing, as many Ghanaians should know about it, which was why we came up with, if you see something, say something. We are now making an appeal to institutions, the business community, the religious bodies, the religious organizations. We're making an appeal to you to also get you to come and help us. This is a wonderful initiative by the Catholic Church. I commend them. And as I said, in declaring it as launched, I want to urge all of you to support it in any way that you can. And the document is accordingly launched. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So may I kindly ask the high table to, just for the photo ops, to rise and maybe we show the strategy for media capture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and Samson.
Thank you, Daniel Mumuni. Please, a round of applause for him again. taking us through the 5-year strategic plan. If you're listening to the Minister of National Security carefully, there's one thing that he repeats that you will find also was a common theme when the bishops decided to get together in 2019 to birth the Sahel Peace Initiative. You may say all the troubles have been somewhere else and not with us. As I mentioned earlier, within just 45 years, as many as 327 coup plots, coup attempts, 80 successful. And in 1999, there were 3 within 1 month. Niger, Guinea-Bissau, and Comoros. We have, in recent times, seen a resurgence, which has brought fear into every nation, particularly this country. But so far, so good. What we need to think about, and that's what he keeps referring to, we are not an island. We are not alone. The bishops refer to St. Paul. Though we are many, we are one body, and we need to be together. Please, a round of applause for all our guests who have spoken so far and have helped us to launch the 5-year strategic plan. Dr. Digbe, thank you for being here. We will take a quick photography session. It's very snappy, and it is for the high table and also for Nime, Name, Mamagao, and not for all of us, and for their excellencies who are also here representing the UN and the EU as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's be upstanding as they go out here to the background and do a quick photography session. Honorable Minister, please, we have a background in front here which we want to have the photography at. Your Excellencies, you know yourselves, you are very important key stakeholders in this. Your Excellencies, Nananom, please, let's move out. And please, let's all stay back. This is just for 5 minutes, and we return to our program. This is just for 5 minutes. Please don't move out. Yes, Dr. Digbe, please. Okay. Please, we are staying back for the next 5 minutes. 4 minutes already, 1 minute already gone. The recording from there? Okay, yeah. Okay, I know. So you have your ears for it, yeah. Please, if you are stretching, make it very quick. In the next 3 minutes, please. We'll resume our seats in the next 3 minutes.
Bring it here, it's a buffet. It's not even the packed one, like you would have done that. If I say it's, you pick it, you are not. Wait, yeah, you do it yourself. That's me. Then we have to really think through something. Let me do that.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your patience. And thanks for your cooperation so that we will be able to stick to the time and perhaps, possibly, be done before we knew it. At this juncture, it is my privilege to call upon our guest of honor to speak to us on strengthening national and regional frameworks for sustainable peace and security in Ghana. Having received all the background information, you will agree with me that this is very central to our meeting here. Sustainable peace and security in Ghana. The Minister of National Security tells us if he has to do his handing over notes, this time over 70% will dwell on terrorism. Please, let's welcome Okad Razali, the EU Ambassador to Ghana. Your Excellency.
Okay, great. Okay, good morning, everyone. President of the Ghanaian Conference of Catholic Bishops' Conference, dear Lord Bishops, dear Senior Advisor to the President of the Republic of Ghana, representatives of the Ministry of National Security, dear friends from Catholic Relief Services, and all protocol observers. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you here today on a very important topic for the European Union and Ghana in their partnership. My key message is straightforward. Social cohesion and inclusion, as we all know, are key to peaceful societies and to a peaceful society in Ghana. I fully realize that with that message, of course, I'm preaching to the choir. And after all, Ghana, as we have heard and witnessed, has long demonstrated peace and stability thanks to its inclusion and tolerance to different religions, languages, and ethnicity. But as stated by the President of the Republic during the State of the Nation, we cannot take peace for granted, as Ghana's immediate neighborhood has become increasingly unstable and growing threats to extremist ideology now pose sizable risks within Ghana's borders as well. We have witnessed in Sahel countries economic hardship, unemployment, and lack of access to basic services for vulnerable communities, which been made prone to violent mobilization. To cut it short, this is the reason why in the EU-Ghana partnership over the 5 last years, the European Union has launched over than 20 initiatives to protect and sustain peace and security in Ghana. They span from soft security with community engagement and mediation to hard security with delivery of military equipment. Altogether, the European Union and its member states have dedicated approximately 90 million euros to advance peace and security in Ghana. in securing a substantial portion of our bilateral cooperation between the European Union and Ghana. And the European Union has provided over the years 1.1 billion euros to the ECOWAS in terms of support for peace, security, and regional stability. Our ongoing support to ECOWAS peace and security architecture includes the 27 million euros EPSAO project, which initiative strengthens cooperation on training, reinforces ECOWAS mechanism to promote peace and stability. I would like to mention a recent initiative that we have taken for the amount of 5 million euros, Peace Protect project, which promotes the cooperation among national and traditional authorities in Ghana, well represented today, including the national and regional peace councils, the National House of Chiefs, civil society, and diverse communities. The project strengthens local early warnings and creates mediation platform systems in conflict-prone areas. Already, the European Union-funded mediations have produced tangible results in resolving chieftaincies conflicts, diffusing parties' tension, and preventing inter-community violence. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum takes place 130 days ahead of an important election in this country. The December 7 presidential and parliamentary elections will once again put Ghana's social cohesion to the test. Elections are inherently competitive, particularly in a winner-take-all electoral system. But for decades now, Ghana has been an example in the region for the organization of credible and peaceful elections with relatively smooth handovers of power between the main political parties. We recognize the contribution of Ghana's active and vibrant civil society in realizing this ambition. In 2020, I would like to recognize that religious leaders played a central role in sustaining peace. With Ghanaian institutions and organizations firmly behind the steering wheel, the European Union will contribute to supporting peaceful elections in December with a focus on 4 key strands of work. Firstly, observation. We prioritize support for the deployment of domestic observers as they help to ensure transparency and accountability, and besides, local observers know best the terrain and in context in which they operate. Secondly, civic education will help to improve voter awareness about their rights and responsibilities and electoral procedures. Thirdly, youth engagement and gender inclusion are particularly important considering Ghana's young demographics and the representation of women in Ghanaian politics as well. And last but not least, the EU works towards peaceful elections as well through projects on peace messaging, targeted mediation, which are central to our electoral support. Noteworthy is the European Union's support for the National Election Response Group, consisting of security actors, the National Peace Council, traditional and religious bodies, political parties, civil society, and the media. The group serves an early warning and response function and regularly gathers to monitor, analyze, and act against potential threats to the December 7 elections. The European Union is confident that 2024 will close with yet another peaceful vote. Reaching this goal will require a collective effort, and after all, no continent in the world, no electoral system, and no democracy is immune to election-related violence. The European Union stands ready and assists already to help ensure that Ghana sustains its reputation as an open and peaceful democracy. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We will right away invite Barbara Toulouse-Clemens, country representative for the World Food Programme, the acting resident coordinator, to also address us briefly. Please put your hands together.
Thank you, everyone. I think the emphasis is on briefly, so therefore I will stand on existing protocols. Thanking this body for affording the UN country team in Ghana to participate in these discussions today, and then also to elevate our voice through the resident coordinator. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Ghana has been rightly celebrated as a beacon of stability in West Africa. Our nation boasts a proud history of peaceful democratic transition and steadfast commitment to rule of law. This reputation has not only fostered internal harmony, but also positions Ghana as a key player in the region and international diplomacy. Notwithstanding, we have highlighted the threat of terrorism to Ghana and in the sub-region. However, I think the UN would like to emphasize it is crucial that we do not become complacent. That we do not become complacent. The landscape of peace and security is dynamic and constantly evolving. While we currently enjoy relatively stability, we face a raft of challenges that threaten the peace and security. According to the 2024 Global Peace Index, Ghana's score increased to 1.938 from 1.8 in 2023, resulting in a decline of our ranking from the 51st to the 55th most peaceful country in the world. These indicators signal a concerning, steady decrease in the level of peacefulness in Ghana. In terms of democracy, since 1992, Ghana has successfully conducted 8 presidential and parliamentary elections, which have been widely praised by international and local observers as free, fair, and credible. This achievement reflects concerted and deliberate efforts of all stakeholders to enhance electoral processes through pragmatic, inclusive, and sustainable reforms. The situation in the sub-region is even more precarious since 2020. There have been approximately 6 successful coups and 2 attempted coups, excluding changes in presidential term limits. The sub-region is experiencing a rapid decline in political rights and liberties, signaling a deterioration in democracy. The Afrobarometer report corroborates these findings. Moreover, we are witnessing a worsening security situation driven largely by violent extremism and terrorists. So the call to arms from the UN is that for peaceful elections, with the upcoming 2024 elections, it is crucial, as has been highlighted by the predecessors at this podium, to address the heightened tension and electoral mistrust that follow the 2020 elections. As we approach December 2024, I urge all election stakeholders to uphold the integrity of the electoral process, engage in constructive dialogue to resolve any concerns and safeguard the peace, stability, sanctity of the electoral process. Let us all unite in ensuring a peaceful election by supporting the United Nations in Ghana and the National Peace Council's I Pledge for Peace campaign. This collective commitment will help us achieve a transparent, fair, and peaceful election. In conclusion, the task of strengthening national and regional frameworks for sustainable peace and security in Ghana is not solely the responsibility of the government, as highlighted before. It is a collective effort and a collective duty of us all. It requires the unwavering commitment of all stakeholders involving civil society, the private sector, and the international community. I urge all of us to invest in the capacity building of our peace and security institutions, to foster inclusive dialogue and community engagement, and to strengthen our regional partnerships. Together, we can ensure that Ghana remains a bastion of peace and a leader in regional stability. Thank you, and may our collective efforts continue to build a secure and prosperous future for Ghana and the entire region. Thank you for your attention.
Those are very insightful, significant statements that I suppose we are taking good note of. And I'm excited that we are moving according to plan as far as our time is concerned. We will have a presentation shortly on leveraging the gravitas of the church. The church is such a formidable platform for the purpose of ensuring social cohesion, security, and peaceful elections. The Minister of National Security raised the issue of election violence, which is real unless it is properly handled. So we shall be having a presentation on leveraging the gravitas of the church and other faith-based institutions in fostering social cohesion and peace in Ghana. But before that, shall we welcome the Sahel Peace Initiative's Regional Coordination President, Monsignor Alexandra Basse, to speak to us briefly.
Excellencies and dear brothers, bishops of Ghana, I would like to beg your pardon because I will present my speech in French for two reasons. The first reason is that those who are in French-speaking countries, they cannot follow our speeches, and we want to allow them to follow them. And the second reason is that my English is so bad that if I present the speech in English, you will leave me in this there. So, chers frères et sœurs, en vos rangs et grades respectifs, au nom de la coordination régionale de l'initiative Paix au Sahel, je vous exprime notre profonde gratitude pour l'invitation à ce forum. Merci à Monseigneur Matthew Gyamfi, président de la conférence épiscopale du Ghana, Monseigneur Alfred Aguienta, et je voudrais lui présenter toutes nos condoléances parce que nous avons appris qu'il a perdu sa mère. Père Clément Adjei, Père Michael Kekoe, Monsieur Richard Akurugu, le groupe Travail SPI au Ghana et le comité d'organisation dont la détermination a rendu ce forum possible. Je salue chaleureusement son Excellence Monseigneur John Bonaventure Kofi, archevêque métropolitain d'Accra, ainsi que les évêques auxiliaires Anthony Nar Azare et John Kobina Louis. J'exprime ma reconnaissance et ma gratitude à son Excellence Monseigneur Philippe Namé, ancien président de la conférence épiscopale du Ghana, pour son soutien indéfectible à l'initiative SPI. Je remercie également le gouvernement du Ghana, en particulier le ministère de la Sécurité nationale, pour leur soutien dans l'organisation de ce forum. Permettez-moi de vous présenter les autres membres de notre délégation venus de Ouagadougou. Monsieur Sigui Jacques Kaboré, le voici, coordonnateur régional. Monsieur Hilaire Sampevego, conseiller technique régional chargé de suivi et d'évaluation. Malheureusement, le père Herman Ouedraogo, secrétaire général de la coordination régionale, n'a pas pu nous rejoindre. Au nom de la SPI, je partage les préoccupations de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, en particulier le Sahel, face à l'extrémisme violent et au terrorisme qui touche des pays comme le Burkina Faso, le Niger, le Mali, le Togo, le Bénin, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Nigeria, le Libéria. Cette crise se manifeste par des attaques terroristes entraînant des assassinats ciblés, des attaques pendant les services religieux, la destruction de lieux de culte, la fermeture d'écoles et de services de santé et la destruction des maisons de dirigeants communautaires. Entre 2019 et le premier semestre 2024, les données d'ACLED révèlent pour les 5 pays de la SPI 18 768 incidents violents, soit environ 10 incidents par jour. 12 273 décès, soit environ 6 décès par jour. En mars 2024, selon les données du HCR et du cadre harmonisé, les 3 pays du Sahel central comptaient 2,8 millions de personnes déplacées internes et 620 621 réfugiés. 8 059 écoles et 478 centres de santé fermés. 9,5 millions de personnes en insécurité alimentaire de la période de juin à août 2024. Cette crise complexe engendre des conflits ethniques, communautaires et religieux s'étendant aux pays côtiers, Ghana, Côte d'Ivoire, Bénin et Togo. En réponse à cette violence, les conférences épiscopales ouest-africaines ont lancé l'initiative Paix au Sahel en novembre 2019 à Ouagadougou. Cet appel à l'action vise à promouvoir la dignité humaine avec l'engagement de tous. Initialement observateurs, la Côte d'Ivoire et le Ghana ont rapidement rejoint la lutte contre la violence croissante. Cette initiative alerte la région ouest africaine sur le drame et l'ampleur de l'extrémisme violent et appelle à bâtir la paix, la cohésion sociale et la résilience communautaire au Sahel. Les 3 axes stratégiques qui ont soutenu son action sont, premièrement, la promotion de la cohésion sociale et de la paix transformatrice au milieu des conflits intra- et intercommunautaires. Deuxièmement, l'assistance humanitaire, y compris le renforcement de la résilience des communautés vulnérables. Et troisièmement, la mobilisation des ressources et le plaidoyer en faveur de la promotion de la paix. L'évaluation de l'initiative de 2019 à 2023 montre des résultats clés dans 4 pays SPI, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger et Ghana. Ce sont 23 000 membres de communautés impliqués dans des actions de renforcement des liens sociaux et plus de 13 millions de personnes sensibilisées à la coexistence pacifique. 28 000 personnes vulnérables, dont 18 000 femmes, ont reçu une assistance humanitaire via des transferts monétaires et des distributions de vivres. 700 jeunes ambassadeurs de la paix, formés pour agir comme acteurs de paix et de réconciliation. 4 500 enfants et jeunes éduqués à la coexistence pacifique, la non-violence et le dialogue interreligieux via des conférences, ateliers et débats. 152 journalistes et communicateurs formés pour des reportages sensibles au conflit. Soutien à la création d'un observatoire sur la paix et la cohésion sociale au Burkina Faso. Malgré ces efforts, les besoins des populations en détresse restent immenses. Il est urgent de rendre opérationnelle la vision SPI, mobilisant toutes les énergies pour atteindre cet objectif. Faisant écho au message des évêques de la SPI réunis à Ouagadougou en novembre 2019, je lance solennellement cet appel au pouvoir public de faire de la protection des populations une priorité absolue, de promouvoir la bonne gouvernance, de lutter contre la corruption et d'assurer une répartition équitable des richesses. Aux leaders religieux d'éduquer au respect de la vie humaine, de préserver la liberté religieuse et de promouvoir le dialogue interreligieux. Aux acteurs internationaux de respecter l'autodétermination des peuples, de mettre fin à l'exploitation des ressources et d'arrêter la vente d'armes qui alimentent les conflits. Aux représentations diplomatiques de promouvoir des partenariats sincères et le respect du droit international. Aux populations touchées de rester dignes et confiantes sans céder à la haine ni à la vengeance. Aux ONG et à toutes les personnes de bonne volonté de travailler pour un monde de justice et de paix. Je reconnais et salue les efforts de nos États membres de la SPI pour protéger nos populations. Consciente de la dimension internationale du terrorisme, l'initiative prévoit d'organiser un forum de haut niveau à Rome, en Italie, avec le soutien du Saint-Siège pour se procurer et pour recourir à l'autorité morale et spirituelle du pape afin d'influencer les acteurs internationaux. Chers frères et sœurs, ce forum se tient à un moment crucial avec la participation d'acteurs clés mobilisés au Ghana, le gouvernement, la société civile, les organisations religieuses, etc. Je voudrais féliciter chaleureusement le groupe de travail SPI du Ghana et le comité d'organisation pour leur engagement et leur succès dans l'organisation de cette activité essentielle. J'exprime ma profonde gratitude à Catholic Relief Services, CRS, pour leur soutien technique et financier qui a facilité l'organisation de ce forum et soutenu les activités de l'initiative dans les différents pays membres. Leur soutien qui encourage la diversification des partenariats incarne parfaitement l'esprit de la SPI. Je vous adresse ce message en espérant une plus grande implication des communautés, des leaders ouest-africains dans les initiatives de la SPI pour la paix. Ensemble, luttons contre la violence au Sahel et en Afrique de l'Ouest et renforçons les mécanismes de réconciliation et de paix. Que ce forum dynamise l'initiative sous-régionale et permette des actions plus efficaces pour promouvoir la paix. Dans cette marche pour la restauration de la paix au Sahel et en Afrique de l'Ouest, votre engagement et votre contribution seront toujours précieux et déterminants. Unis, nous serons plus forts pour lutter contre les violences multiformes et établir les conditions durables de paix, de cohésion sociale et de réconciliation pour le bonheur de nos peuples. Ensemble, nous renforcerons notre capacité à restaurer la paix et à promouvoir une société où il fait bon vivre. Alors, chers frères et sœurs, que le Seigneur Tout-Puissant et Miséricordieux vous protège et vous garde de tout mal. Qu'il renforce notre communion et notre solidarité sous-régionale. Qu'il accorde sa miséricorde à toutes les victimes du terrorisme. Que son esprit vous guide pour des travaux fructueux, afin que nous puissions ensemble restaurer et renforcer la paix, la cohésion sociale et la réconciliation au sein de nos communautés. God bless you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please, let's welcome Reverend Father Michael Kweku, Director of Governance, Justice and Peace of the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference and Chaplain to Parliament, Catholic Chaplain to Parliament, to help us, those of us who couldn't appreciate the French.
Dear brothers and sisters, on behalf of the Regional Coordination of the Sahel Peace Initiative, SPI, I extend our deep gratitude for the invitation to this forum. Thank you to Bishop Matthew Jemfi, President of the Episcopal Conference of Ghana, Bishop Alfred Agenta, Father Clemente J., Father Michael Kweku, Mr. Richard Akurgu, the SPI Ghana Working Team, and the organizing committee whose determination has made this forum possible. I warmly greet His Excellency John Bonaventure Kofi, Metropolitan Archbishop of Accra, as well as auxiliaries Anthony Na and John Kobna Louise. I express my recognition and gratitude to His Excellency Bishop Philip Name, former president of the Ghana Episcopal Conference, for his unwavering support of the SPI initiative. I also thank the government of Ghana, particularly the Ministry of National Security, for their support in organizing this forum. Allow me to introduce the other members of our delegation from Ouagadougou. Mr. Jacques Kabore, Regional Coordinator, and Mr. Hillel Sampebegu, Regional Technical Advisor for Monitoring and Evaluation. Unfortunately, Father Herman, Secretary General of the Regional Coordination, could not join us. On behalf of SPI, I share the concerns of West Africa, particularly the Sahel, in the face of violent extremism and terrorism, which affect countries such as Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and Liberia. This crisis manifests itself through terrorist attacks, resulting in targeted killings, attacks during religious services, the destruction of places of worship, the closure of schools and health services, and the destruction of community leaders' homes. This complex crisis leads to ethnic, community, and religious conflict, extending to coastal countries such as Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, and Togo. In response to this violence, West African Episcopal Conferences launched the Sahel Peace Initiative in November of 2019 in Ouagadougou. This call to action aims to promote human dignity with everyone's commitment. Initially, observers, Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana quickly joined the fight against increasing violence. This initiative alerts the West African region to the tragedy and extent of violent extremism and calls for building peace, social cohesion, and community resilience in the Sahel. The three strategic axes that have supported its actions are promoting social cohesion and transformative peace amid intra- and inter-community conflicts, humanitarian assistance, including strengthening the resilience of vulnerable communities, resource mobilization and advocacy for promotion of peace. The evaluation of the initiative from 2019 to 2023 shows key results in 4 SPI countries: Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and Ghana. Despite needs of distressed populations remain immense, it is urgent to operationalize the SPI vision, mobilizing all energies to achieve this goal, echoing the message of the SPI bishops gathered in Ouagadougou in 2019. I solemnly launch this appeal to public authorities to make the protection of populations a top priority, to promote good governance, to fight against corruption, and to ensure a fair distribution of wealth, to religious leaders, to educate about the respect, to preserve religious freedom, and to promote interreligious dialogue, to international actors, to respect the self-determination of peoples, to end the exploitation of resources, and to stop arms sales that fuel conflict, to diplomatic representatives, to promote sincere partnership and to respect for international law, to affected populations to remain dignified and confident without yielding to hatred or vengeance, to NGOs and all people of goodwill to work for a world of justice and peace. In this march for the restoration of peace in the Sahel and West Africa, your engagement and contribution will always be valuable and decisive. United, we will be stronger to fight against the multifaceted violence and establish lasting conditions for peace, social cohesion, and reconciliation for the happiness of our people. Together, we will enhance our ability to restore peace and promote a society where life is good. May the Almighty and merciful Lord protect and keep you from all harm. May He strengthen our sub-regional communion and solidarity. May He grant His mercy to all victims of terrorism. May His Spirit guide you for fruitful work, so that together we can restore and strengthen peace, social cohesion, and reconciliation within our communities. I thank you for your attention, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Now, for those of you who had doubts what you were hearing, now you are clearly banished any misunderstanding. And once again, I'm happy we are on course with time, and we will now, in the next 30 minutes, I hope we could do it in 20 minutes, look at how we could leverage the gravitas of the church. And I suppose when we say the church, we all understand what we mean. And other faith-based institutions in fostering social cohesion and peace in Ghana. It's very obvious to all of us in this country that if we enjoy the peace we enjoy today, and we have enjoyed for all this while, it certainly, centrally, is the church and other faith-based organizations who are largely responsible for the peace that we enjoy. So let's get to understand the nitty-gritty of that. The Reverend Father Clement Apignon will lead us, and I'm hoping that we will be very quick with this. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
I still have enough time to say good morning, everyone. My Lord Bishop, Your Excellency, Nananom Excellencies here present, all protocol observed. I'm very excited to be here this morning to talk about the gravitas of the Catholic Church and how we can leverage it. I remember the first day I walked into Brigadier General's office. He looked at me and he said, "Father, what do you want here?" I said, "I'm coming to do counterterrorism." And he smiled. Through the assistance of the European Union, we have been working together for the last 3 years. And I must say I'm one of the happiest person today because that which I have been dreaming about, I'm seeing it as a reality. As somebody who does a lot of facilitation, I'm caught between reading what I have written and addressing you, since I like to talk, but I know that if I want to do that, Samson will come after me because I have 20 minutes. The theme of this National Forum on Peace and Security is building more peaceful and cohesive Ghana, a collective endeavor. The stated purpose of the forum is to bring diverse stakeholders together, as we can see in this room, to collaboratively chart a course towards lasting peace and social cohesion, not only in Ghana, but across the West African sub-region. This goal aligns very well with the vision of the National Security Strategy and the National Framework for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism and Terrorism. And when the minister said, "Why didn't we do this earlier?" then my mind went back to when we started the Peace Center in Damango. After 2 years, everybody was like, "Why didn't we start this earlier?" But when we started, everybody was like, "What is conflict transformation and peace studies?" And when we said, "Oh, it's to teach people how to live in peace," because our bishop has said, if people go to school to learn how to fight, they might as well go to school to learn how to make peace. They say, "You people are crazy." But after 2 years, everybody was saying, "Why didn't we start this earlier?" What is the vision of the national security? I want to explain this so that you see how the SPI sits squarely within our national framework and within our national strategy. The vision of the National Security Strategy 2020 is to maintain Ghana as a law-abiding, tolerant, socially cohesive, peace-loving, people-centered. People-centered. And this is where the immediate connection comes with the church. People-centered, secure, and prosperous constitutional democracy, and a land of opportunity, with the resolve and the capability to protect our people, our culture, our values, in order to ensure growth, development, and prosperity that inure to the well-being of the citizenry, while positioning the country appropriately to play a meaningful and influential role at the regional, continental, and global level. This is the vision of our national security strategy. What is the mission? To engage a whole of government and whole of society, an approach that would harmonize and blend human and traditional security to guarantee the national security and stability of Ghana by promoting tolerance, national cohesion, unity of purpose in order to facilitate stable, sustainable development, prosperity, and well-being. This is the vision and the mission. Now, in the context of this vision and mission, the church fits in. In short, the National Security Strategy outlines measures that enhance participation, decision-making, national cohesion, respect for human rights, and a healthy environment. So it focuses fundamentally, number one, on the human person, his well-being. human security, then territorial integrity and sovereignty, and then Ghana taking its place in the community of nations. So what is the gravitas of the Catholic Church? When you accept to do some of these things, you learn new words. You cannot imagine how I search this gravitas to try to understand it. What is the Catholic Church bringing to the table? Number one, a ubiquitous presence. In Ghana, you can find the presence of the Catholic Church in one way, shape, or form. Catholics pervade every segment of society: political leaders, intelligentsia, the judiciary, the security. From the grassroots of society, through middle management, up to the political level, you find the presence of the church. According to John Paul Ledrak, a renowned peace builder, in war-torn areas like South Sudan, Uganda, Congo, Southern Philippines, all the way to the Colombia, and I would add today, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, the Catholic Church's ubiquitous presence give the church a unique, if not unprecedented presence in the landscape of conflict. How can this presence be translated into a peace-building church? And you will understand from our schools that when we say something is a Catholic entity, we mean it is universal. Everybody is welcome and everybody is to participate. And today is a Catholic day, so I'm using the word Catholic, Catholic, Catholic. But we are talking about all the faith-based organizations, all the faith-based institutions. So the first is our presence. How do we mobilize that to fight terrorism? The second is our institutional reach, both horizontally and vertically. In peace building, we have what you call the vertical capacity and the horizontal capacity. You can find the church in a village, but you can also find the presence of the church at the UN. The church's structural presence in the country is unparalleled. From the community to the parish, to the deanery, to the diocese, to the province, to the nation, and to the sub-region, and to the continent. Then you now go international. How are we using this institutional capacity? Jacques was talking about peace-building education in our schools. How are we promoting that? Among the institutions are institutions of education, health, agriculture, human development, justice and peace, interreligious dialogue, and interfaith dialogue. I always say that the Catholic Church doesn't sell itself that much. Before 1980 in the Upper West region and Upper East region, the only government we knew was the church. In terms of social services, I don't know the figures today, but at one point the church was managing about 62%, and the religious organizations, of the health and education in this country. Today maybe the numbers have come down. In these structures and institutions, the leadership play a great role. So that's the second. The third is what I call corpus partis. The church has an enormous body of teaching on peace that unfortunately is called the best kept secret in the church. How many of you are aware that the TUCs you have today was started by the Catholic Church? How many of you are aware? The roots of the Catholic social justice teaching goes back to 1891. How many of you were born by then? Pope Leo XIII. And this was a time of crisis. The Industrial Revolution had just started. Capital dehumanized people. Labor was separated from capital. The human condition was miserable. It took the Catholic Church to stand up and say, please, in your industrial development, put the human person at the center. Make the dignity of the human person the beginning, the center, and the end. So the social teachings of the church, how are we making this known and using it to inform our politics? This document was picked up by Pope John the 23rd in his encyclical Pacem in Terris. The Latin people will help us. Peace on earth. This document. And from 1891 up till now, hundreds of documents are there addressing every aspect. The unfortunate thing is that we usually use some very interesting language, dignitatis humani, on the dignity of the human person, religious freedom. So this beautiful body of teaching, how are we using it? And we have a lot of teaching on peacemaking. In Georgetown University, there's a course, Catholic Peacemaking. Now, what happened? It took a Mennonite professor in a conference of Catholics to say the Catholic Church is a sleeping giant. And when he made that comment, Notre Dame hired him. So this brilliant idea, combined with the money from Notre Dame, started the Catholic Peace Building Network. Google it when you get out of here, and you see rich information there. The call to help realize the ambitious vision of Pacem Interes was written thus. Hence, among the very serious obligations incumbent upon men and women of high principles, we must include the task of establishing new relationships in human society. If we are to build peace on earth, we have to build new relationships, social cohesion. The mastery and guidance of truth, justice, charity, and freedom. Relations between individual citizens, between citizens and their respective states, and between states. Finally, between individuals, families, intermediate associates, and states on the one hand, and the world community on the other. There is surely no one who will not consider this a most exalted task, for it is one which is able to bring about true peace in accordance with divinely established order. Dignitatis Humani, Declaration on Religious Freedom, promulgated in 1956, further goes on to emphasize this. So the third is this body of knowledge, both on peace, on economics, on politics, on you name it, that the church has, that is sitting in shelves, in libraries. How can we bring it in this SPI to the doorsteps of the ordinary lay person that they can work with it? The fourth and final one is our ritual and our sacraments. Again, I mentioned John Paul Ledra because he was my professor, and he talks about reconciliation. And when you come to diplomacy, people are at a loss when you talk about reconciliation. It's a religious phenomenon. And we cannot have sustainable peace without reconciliation. We cannot have sustainable peace without healing processes. Our traditional system have all kinds of ways, bearing blood, sharing blood, doing this, doing that. So our rituals and our sacraments are things that we can leverage on. How do we use this? Then we have a strategic peace building, the Catholic Church and strategic peace building. When we talk about strategic peace building, we talk about a peace building that is long-term. It's not a one-day affair. It's a long-term process, and it involves everybody. The Catholic Church has been involved in strategic building, peace building, in many ways. Let me bring it home to Ghana. I would like to bring this, and then we look at a few challenges, and I will conclude. In the 1980s, with the emergence of the cyclical conflicts and violence in northern Ghana, conflicts over power, identity, and resources, the church shifted from emergency relief response to violence, to embarking on strategic peace building. And Catholic Relief Service was very strategic about this. They had been trumping about peace building until they found a bishop who was very, very interested, because the Diocese of Damango had just been created in 1995 and was after the 1994 Northern conflict. So the whole North was engulfed. And so for the diocese's strategic planning, peace building had to be a key area of evangelization. So together with CRS, they embarked on the first conflict transformation and peace building project, an experimental project. And the idea was to teach peace. Today, as I speak to you, 24 years down the lane, we have gone from people asking, what is peace building and conflict transformation? I heard the word peace building for the first time in 1999. I couldn't find any library in Ghana that had a book on peace building. So we have gone from people asking, what is peace building, to today where we have people with PhDs in conflict resolution and peace building, people in masters, with master's degree, and various degrees. There was not a single university that was teaching peace. Today, almost all the universities have peace building program in one way, shape, or form. Apart from the Catholic Relief Service and Action Aid, there was no other CSO or NGO that had even peace building as a component. Today, look at the number of peace building CSOs that we have. Today, we have the National Peace Council, and it started with a small idea in the Catholic Church, and we took it up. I remember the first time CRS was very worried. How are the Muslims going to react? And when they got to the place and saw a place of prayer for Muslims, they said, this is truly a place of peace. I've been there at the beginning, and I've seen this grow. Secotabs has intervened in every single conflict in the north that you can think of. But you know why? I come down to the challenges. So my question is, why is the church not in the forefront? When I was in Secotabs, to get $20,000 to work was a problem. Then, ambassador came along. The EU had a project. USAID also had a project. They came to Secotabs, the team that was going to implement the project. And we suggested work with CSOs, work with the regional houses of chiefs, work with the peace councils. They asked me, would you be willing to lead this project? I spoke to my bishop. So I went from 20,000 to 2 million euros. And after the 2 years, I now have 5 million euros for 18 months. We have translated the Chieftaincy Act, an abridged version, into 8 different languages through the support of the EU. It's still the same Catholic priest. Are you getting it? So it's not that the talent is not there. It's not that the ideas are not there. We need the resources. But what I have learned is that if we are to get the resources, then we have to reorganize. We have to reorganize our structures. That's number one. Number two, a lot of the peace building so far has been done by religious leaders, church leaders, the priests and the religious. The lay people are out there in society. How can we begin to empower the lay people to go out into the society and build peace? How can we patronize and build more of these centers? The diocese has the structures, interreligious dialogue, justice and peace. In every diocese, you find a training center. Can we do something about it? Number three, how do we publicize this corpus patches that talks about the human person, the dignity of the human person, respect for life, and respect for the human being as a whole? So these are a few areas that I think that the SPI, that has been working already 2 years now, has been carrying out some of these things. It's now time to bring it up to the national scale, to scale it up. It's not a new phenomenon. The possibilities are there. What can we do? So just very briefly, these are some of the key points that I think the church brings to the table. Let's see how we can hold hands. Finally, let me say, especially to the international community, don't look at some of the theological differences and some of the ideological differences you may have with the church. The church in Europe and in the US is different from the church in Ghana. Here, the church is doing a lot of work in the socio-economic area. And the more resources we can support them, and I'm glad CRS has started a new leadership program to help the institutions build their capacity to be able to access these resources and make good use of them. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
I've met Father Clement at many places, and he qualifies for the term peacepreneur. They are carrying peace everywhere they go. And in one of the NCC's dialogues, I moderated that on the same subject matter of terrorism and extreme violence. The audiences simply loved him for how he broke the issues down and engaged them on how to be involved. Please, let's put our hands together once again for him. If you necessarily must grab a quick bite at the snack, you have the opportunity to do so. Otherwise, I've seen many of you, you have not even opened your water. Water is life. Please, you should be drinking the water. Otherwise, take a sip and let's get ready for the next session and the very final session, which is the panel discussion, exploring the dimensions of social coaching in Ghana. We will plead with Your Excellency and my Lord Bishop to leave the high table for us now, for our panelists. Yes, you could have a medical situation which requires that maybe you didn't do anything, take anything at home before you got here. That is not an invitation to everybody to walk out, please. There's some snack. You can razzle a quick bite and return. I'd like to invite our panelists to the front here. And if you're moving out, please do it very quick and return. Don't take too much of it because lunch will be served shortly and you may not be able to eat lunch. All right. Shall we together welcome our panelists to the podium? Our panelists. Dr. Tim Batabana, please take your seat here. Augustine Owusu of the Kofi Annan International Peace Keeping Training Center. Theodora Anti, Executive Director of FOSDA. Mutaru Mumuni Mokhtar, if you are going out and you don't come back in 5 minutes, you won't get to enjoy the panel, which is the most important, really. So if you go out and you take too long, the accounts will say, wow, JJJ. So please, let's take our seats. Yes. Ahmed Barry. Ahmed Barry, National President of FOIAG. And here in our midst is Ekwamwa Asari Boateng, who is Deputy Commissioner in charge of operations of the NCCE. They have been doing this thing for a very long time. Thank you very much. So please take your seats. And so the auditorium is called to order one more time. We'll begin with preliminary commentary by our panelists. And on the question of strengthening Ghanaian social cohesion against radicalization, violent extremism, and terrorism, we would like to hear from Dr. Tim Batabana. How would you define social cohesion in our Ghanaian context? What will be the historical and cultural factors that have contributed to Ghana's strong sense of national unity, for which we have to do everything to protect?
All right, so good afternoon to you all, and then welcome to the Accra International Conference Center. We of the Ministry of National Security have been very grateful to you, and then I believe my minister did express that gratitude to Samson, where's Mr. Mumuni, and everyone else for putting this together, and for the rest of us for accepting to come and then be part of this process. We have always said that we need everybody's contribution to be able to secure the citizens and secure our interest. Talking about this, what makes us a cohesive society, there are a myriad of issues that keep us together. We can go back to the family unit, which really symbolizes what the society should be. Our nation would trace its origin to the family. We have a collection of families making up a community, and a collection of communities making up the society, and of course, finally, the nation. And even when you are stretching it to the West African sub-region, the countries would always trace their basic roots to that of the family. Keeping the family together, strengthening the family, therefore means that you strengthen what you require in terms of cohesiveness. The cohesive nature of the society can be described as the software that links the rest of the hardware, or the gel that keeps us together, the starch that really gets us together. Maybe pictorially, that's how we can say it. Your computer has several parts. It has the CPU, it has the screen, it has the mouse, and then the keyboard. They are useless without the software. The software we really have is that element that puts us together and then therefore determines our cohesiveness. As a nation, maybe there are a few things we can mention apart from the family unit. I think sports is one of them. Maybe politics has not united us that much, but I believe that the Black Stars, even if they are not performing the way you want it all the time, but when you have them, you see everybody rallying around. And that certainly is symbolic of how cohesive the society has been. Of course, we also have the insignia. You saw that when we were starting the program, we all decided to sing the national anthem of Ghana. And as a nation, yes. In Burkina, I know you would have done same. And in the other nations, you would have done same. So apart from these institutions and insignia, we certainly would have to look at some of the... We have to look at the makeup of our society. Almost in every town in Ghana, you have what we call the Zongo. There is so much value to learn from the concept of the Zongo. In that Zongo, you have chiefs. In that Zongo, you have people who cater for persons who may be almost lost. You travel to Accra, you just have to remember your ethnic group. You get to a Zongo, and there's somebody waiting to receive you. the value of the Zongo also goes beyond that. For those of us with all humility who work in the security sector, yeah, there's petty thievery and whatnot that takes place from time to time in Zongo. Their doors are hardly ever locked, but they are some of the most secure communities that we have. It may look banal, but there's so much to learn from that communal spirit that you have in Zongos. Remember that we are talking about how to strengthen our cohesiveness. So we have some values we must never jettison. And you see it. We used to have, what do you call it? TV tray, are they around? We used to have music. Wait for a Nima boy, or one of the Zongo boys to be a contestant and get into the gallery. The energy, positive energy of support is just unimaginable. It is not a fluke that when you have people like Mohammed Kudus and Kaman, they still want to trace their roots to that Zongo. So the spirit of the Zongo, please study it. Draw some lessons from it. Use it for your family. Use it for the association you belong to, whether it's the church, whether it's a football club, or whatever society you may belong to. Let's take the positives from it. It's been part of our DNA, and I believe it will remain part of our DNA for a very long time. We have gotten to a point where we have realized that the best of the universities, the best of the war colleges, haven't given us the desired solutions to this threat of violent extremism and terrorism. They have helped in mitigating it. They have helped us in understanding it a bit more, and we appreciate that. But in our context on the sub-region, and I believe that the evidence is there to prove, that is not the strongest of the militaries that is able to prove a bit of resilience for the countries that have been attacked or those not yet attacked and the like. So at times, we have to really look within ourselves and see what are our natural instincts to keeping together. One of the things I would like us to also avert our minds to is our use of everyday language. Our use of everyday language. How conciliatory is my language when I speak to my office mates? How conciliatory is your language when you speak to the taxi driver? How conciliatory is his language when he speaks to a passenger? This has always been, again, part of our society. So much so that some people will say that I beg you. I mean, even before, what do you call it? I think it's the aquapime. Okay, me pacha say, I won't continue. This is unique. It's unique to us. Let's not lose sight of it. Let's not lose it. Let's do all to retain these little things that have made families thrive. And when you have thriving families, then you can say the community is a thriving community. You can say the society is a thriving one. And then beyond that, that your nation is cohesive. So you cannot have a cohesive nation when you don't have cohesive, families. That's why we in the Ministry of National Security, we never want to run away from the fact that we need all of you, the churches, the traditional leaders, in fashioning out this. Because we believe that you can't legislate cohesiveness. You can't. We can't force you to love your neighbor. But maybe the priest may be able to preach to you to love your neighbor.
I would like you to tie in with that. What are the risk factors? Having identified, chieftaincy, family, sports, and politics not helping us so much to bring us together, to bring cohesion, social cohesion, what you call the starch, the glue. What are the threats what are the things that exist that pose a threat to this cohesion that we have?
Samson, unfortunately, I'll have to hit your fraternity a bit. You know, Samson is a lawyer, and justice is good. And we must all seek justice at all times. Father Gregory is also here. He's also another lawyer. Where we seek justice from our quarrels in our families through to everything else. And we choose to use the adversarial approach to it. It fragilizes our society. It weakens the cohesiveness that exists. We don't have an option. It's a chosen approach we have in our society, and it must be used. But there are alternatives. If we look more on working and accepting restorative justice systems, most likely, just most likely, the cohesion that exists between us may not be too much disturbed. If we will favor a bit of alternate dispute resolution measures, possibly we could still get justice, but people will reconcile beyond that. We have major conflicts in this country that we see have stopped or have been resolved. But from where you sit, especially Samson, and then Father Gregory, you know that there has not been reconciliation. So don't be surprised those same conflicts erupt in the next 15, 20 years' time. If there's reconciliation, then pull out those deterrent deployments you have done with the military and the other elements there. So yes, there's justice on the face of it. But because the adversarial system was used, the cohesion has still not been reestablished. And that's why when I was talking about language, that our language must be seen to be reconciliatory, not just for the purpose of it, but to address some of these underlying issues. We also agree that urbanization and industrialization have brought, and of course, the maybe globalization with the media and everything, has also threatened some of the basis of our cohesion. The family values may not necessarily be the same as they used to be. The techniques that our traditional leaders used to advance peace and justice in society may not necessarily be what they used to be. But man was created, maybe, unless Father says otherwise, to solve problems, to face challenges. You were not created to drink milk all the time without meeting difficulties. But the humility to accept that there are impediments, that acceptance alone, at least, is a first step to acknowledging that you'll be able to fashion out something that may be, quite enduring. So yes, the challenges will be there, of the times, the challenges that come with the time, with technology and whatnot, working against cohesive society. Now you all have WhatsApp, Android phones. So in the family, you don't want to, watch together by the fireside or a canned drama any longer. Because you have a multiplicity on your phone, your spouse has, and the kids have. By watching a canned drama, it was a way of bringing family together as well. We don't do it. So, yeah, technology is perfect, but it brings challenges. And those challenges, we should be humble enough to acknowledge them. Then alone can we confront them. Even when it comes to worshiping, we used to, your parents would sack you to go to church on a Sunday, whatnot. Now somebody will say he's online. He's going to follow the worship by online. Going to church together, remember you practicing a common union by being together and getting to the facility together. But now, a spouse will say that, what they call, I'll follow the service online. So the cohesiveness, like it or not, is impacted negatively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will hear from the issues of marginalization, radicalization, extremism in our context in Ghana. What are the specific challenges that marginalized groups contribute to disturbing the peace that we enjoy?
Thank you. Thank you, Samson. Yes, so I would look at this from the perspective or background of PVE, Preventing Violent Extremism in Ghana, and also extended to the West African sub-region. If you look at current data on this threat, the Global Terrorism Index for 2023-2022 speaks to issues of marginalization and existing conflicts are the two biggest drivers or factors that determine fatalities in countries where violent extremism exists. In our context here, terrorism is new, violent extremism is new. Of course, we've been looking at it for over a decade now, but it's still a new thing in terms of the ways the drivers manifest in our localities. And it's very context-specific. So depending on where and how, or the character of the vulnerabilities we are looking at, you can see some dynamics. We look at marginalization. Marginalization takes the form in different forms. You look at it within issues of age, issues of ethnicity, issues of religion, issues of political orientation or political spectrum, and several other parameters. But when it comes to the issue of violent extremism and conflicts and marginalization, and especially in northern Ghana, ethnic marginalization is a single big problem. It's a big driver that can be exploited by extremist groups for violence and for recruitment. And it manifests in different ways. Very often people talk about this and they cite the issue of full base, and I know my brother is here who might talk more on this. It's a big thing within the full base community in Ghana. They are denied access to care, not necessarily denied. So when you use words like that, people might feel alarmed. But they are treated differently when they access health care in terms of what time do you access services, you get the service or attention of officers. Educational sector, there's significant discrimination of children who go to school, and so they don't feel encouraged to go to school. We're seeing the access to transportation services. They are treated differently when they access public transportation services. Other minority groups also face marginalization, not only full base. And if you look at it, not only in northern Ghana, even all of us face discrimination and marginalization of different forms, just depending on how you look, where you come from, your ethnic background or political background. All of us suffer that. But we're talking about the intensity of it and how it impacts on conflicts. And so when you look at northern Ghana, these things are very, very pervasive. This is a farming, agricultural-driven economy in northern Ghana. So access to land is a big thing. Minority groups face a lot of, pressure. There's tensions, over resources, land-based resources. And so, for instance, if I belong to a minority group, say Bisa ethnic group, in an area dominated by other groups, my family could be farming here for a long time, and I farm here, as a farmer. The decision to farm in new areas, because if you understand the farming practices, to farm in new areas would be determined by majority or majority-dominated ethnic groups in the area. And this is a big source of conflict in Northern. And it manifests differently depending on communities where we come from. Youth is a big demography when it comes to marginalization. And if you're in Accra, you may not see it clearly. But many parts of the country and beyond, it's a big thing. Youth suffer discrimination and marginalization in terms of the effort they put into, say, entrepreneurship, business, or initiatives, just seeking to live out their dreams of making or creating jobs or building businesses. They are treated differently just based on the fact that they are young people. Young people have dreams, they have aspirations, and yet they are not treated the same way as adults and people who have lived in that space or existed in that space for long. And this is a very big thing, apart from these issues that General mentioned, when it comes to the vulnerability to recruitment and radicalization. Elsewhere in West Africa is one of the biggest vulnerabilities. And the literature says that, unfortunately, governments in the region do not understand young people. Terrorist groups understand young people better than the state. They understand their vulnerability, they understand their aspirations, and they're able to take advantage of these aspirations and then, what they aspire to do, and look at the specific vulnerabilities around young people and weaponize these grievances to recruit them and to engage them in terrorist violence in the region. So generally, I'm trying to be broad enough because of the time. These are the things we're looking at.
What are some of the concrete steps that ought to be taken to improve their circumstances, marginalized groups, to avert what we don't know?
Luckily, in the last maybe 3 years in particular, there have been a lot of interventions in northern Ghana by civil society and state actors in addressing this problem. And so we're seeing, first of all, you need to create enough awareness around the problem. People exhibit marginalizing tendencies without actually knowing that they are actually marginalizing or discriminating against others. And so we need to deepen education and awareness around that. All of us have those tendencies. So the more you get aware of it, the more you can be intentional about how you build cohesion in society. And General talked about language, the language we use is so important, even in settings like this. Language shapes behavior. So the way you say things about others, it shapes the way people act or feel about how you interact with them. And so we need to do that. We need to be very, very active. In terms of practice, we have to be very practical about the way we do these sort of things. And we're seeing that this problem is not only to just young people or actors in this space. We need to look at it, the whole of society approach, like our leaders. And we've seen in the last couple of months, solidarity gestures, solidarity engagements among actors, like ethnic, religious, and other demographics. We saw the Yagbonwura of the Gonja traditional area visit the Nairi of Northeast. This is the first time in the history of these two kingdoms, or these two traditional areas, that this thing has happened. And it happens in the back of a reality of conflict between them, between the two regions and their traditional areas. We're seeing that followed up by another gesture, a previous one to the Yana's palace. Those are very, very important things that can help, deepen the culture of cohesion, tolerance, and understanding amongst us. And we need to build that into our educational curriculum to ensure that, like General mentioned, it has to be very practical, intentional, and from the ground up. And that's the way we can build sustainable societies.
Thank you very much. Eloquently said. As a lawyer who does a lot of adversarial, if you like, litigation in the court, I like Dr. Batabana to know that I am not adverse at all to restorative justice. I am not adverse at all to the win-win situation of using ADR. And remember that he said that was very important. Now, as Mokhtar references Fulbis as part of the marginalized group, since the president of the Youth Association is here, Ahmed Bari, let's find out, because we know mostly it boils down to economic inequalities. First, who is this particular group? Who are they? And what do you think ought to be done to improve their economic circumstances? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Lawyer, I think, first of all, we all know in Ghana today, Fulbe are the most marginalized groups in Ghana, if not number one, number two. What actually is happening on the economic basis, that we all know that economic inequality is very real in our societies. Therefore, when it comes to Fulbe, or we the Fulanis, people know us to be Fulanis, but we are Fulbe, not Fulanis, like you rightly mentioned. When it comes to us, it's really affect us a lot due to marginalization, stigmatization. In some cases, some of our women who are on the grounds do not even have the opportunity to go to marketplaces during market days. Why? Because when there's a robbery or anything that happens in between the Fulbe community to the market, they feel they cannot go because they might be attacked on the road. So most of our people, when it comes to this economic inequality, they actually feel they are not being involved or included in anything that has to do with economy, especially when it comes to jobs, when it comes to any other thing. Fulbe are mainly known for cattle rearing. And with cattle rearing, you can imagine how many cattle are being sold or slaughtered in Ghana today. And all these belongs to the Fulbe or the Fulanis. Now, when you deprive them of going to the market, or maybe are easily attacked on daily basis, there is no week, there is no month that we don't record any attack on Fulbe in Ghana. That is, anywhere something happens, Fulbe are being attacked. Therefore, they are being deprived of, economic, like going to the marketplaces to go on their normal business, and also to participate in most of the activities in their various communities, because they feel that they are not included, or they are not being recognized. Therefore, they feel disadvantaged on their rights. So most of them actually do not think that they are being involved. Therefore, most of the youth, especially the Fulbe youth, most of them, they are being picked up by this jihadist group, I should say, or this extremist group, to take their advantage, because they don't do anything, they don't work. And they are always being attacked, the animals are being killed, day in, day out. You can imagine for the past 2 months, more than 700 cattle have been shot dead in Ghana by, groups of people and all that. So they feel, especially the youth, they don't have anything to do. Therefore, we are living in a community whereby the Fulbe feel that they are being sidelined, or we feel like we are the second class of citizens in this country.
Explain to us, why will a Fulbe be attacked unprovoked? We know that prejudices exist that lead to discrimination, because there are stories that are told about how, while they are, taking care of their cattle, they engage, alleged, in violent conduct. So why at all will anybody attack you without any provocation? How can that be stopped?
So let me give an example. Last 3 weeks, there was someone who was attacked by a Fulbe. He doesn't know them. He was just attacked and butchered in Pandai. So this was what happened. All of a sudden, a group of young guys organized, and then they went straight to attack the Fulbe chief's palace. That the person they suspected attacked their fellow is a Fulbe. Meanwhile, it's about 5 kilometers away from his home. Now, it didn't just stop there. Information spread all of a sudden. The youth extended it to Oti region to attack Fulbe there. So what will cause all these things? It means that people are taking advantage of Fulbe whenever something happens, they feel like it's Fulbe that caused that particular crime or something.
So what should be done?
What should be done is at least we need to do a lot of sensitization within our communities, especially from traditional chiefs, our politicians, our various groups, tribes. We all need to come on board to make sure that we take this stigmatization out of people's minds, because this is actually what is killing the Fulbe today in Ghana. And besides that, something can happen maybe in Accra here, and then you find out that Fulbe are being attacked elsewhere. People take advantage to attack them. This is not about, this is about tribal attack. And because of what is happening in our various neighboring countries, people actually have the perception that every Fulbe is a terrorist or every Fulbe belongs to that particular group. Meanwhile, it is not so. This is the perception we have, and it is very, very dangerous for our country, because most of our youth are also beginning to put their mind in there, because these people end up contacting them that why do you allow people to attack you unnecessarily? So these are some of the things actually we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's rather revealing. Let's bring in Mr. Kwama Boate, the Deputy Commissioner, NCC in charge of operations. And the NCC, over a period, has not only held dialogues to try to sensitize communities, particularly in border districts, but you have done research within those communities to find out what the problems are and what the solutions should be. Share with us what it is that will be critical to avoid violent extremism, including if you have some solutions to the issue of the marginalized, particularly their economic empowerment.
Thank you, Samson, and good afternoon once again. Thank you for the opportunity. The NCC, Samson, as you have been involved in our engagements, we operate based on empirical data on the ground, and that's why you mentioned the research. So we have baseline and then an end line to engagement that we undertake. And for violent extremism, I think most of the issues that we have unearthed through the surveys have come out. And critical is the economic disparities. And also, when we come to identity, when my brother from the Fulbe community was speaking, it struck me hard. Identity. Now we talk about national identity. This is one of the revelations through our studies, that is one area we must look at critically. Who is a Ghanaian? And in any case, if we talk about cohesion, national cohesion or social cohesion, it's a matter of belonging, a sense of belonging, and being recognized that you are part of a community, and having a kind of relationship with the community in which you live, the groups of people in that community, and also vertically having a relationship with the state. Identity may exclude you. So he's a Fulbe. So the conclusion is that he's an alien. He's non-Ghanaian. So we shouldn't give him access to our participating, for example, in our political processes. We are in election year. Does he and his family qualify to go and vote if he has money to get a Ghana card and he has registered?
The point of law is that most of them would have been born here, and by the Constitution's imperative, they would have been citizens nonetheless. Some of them would have intermarried, and by registration,
they would have become citizens nonetheless.
Thank you, Samson. That is the reality. But what is the perception out there in our communities? Once I see him in a queue on election day and he's a Fulbe, hey, he's an alien, he's coming to vote. So it's one of the risk factors. Identity. What qualifies us to belong to a community? And this underscores the rulings were upheld and we got together once again. The challenge is 2024. Are they going to go to court and those who lose? If they don't go to court, what threat does it pose to us? So these are some of the issues that we need to look at. Also, our study also has brought out a lot of issues about civic engagement. It's a shared responsibility. And the difference between us and the other actors is that we are sponsored by the state. Okay? But because of lack of knowledge, because of low level of awareness, do things that will trigger violence and may even expose themselves to radicalization because they feel
have to answer the question. Would you say the NCC has done or is doing enough? Because if, for example, I'm a full day and I'm properly integrated into the society, there should not be a reason why I can't access medical care. There should not be a reason why I cannot participate in the voting process. There should not be a reason why I cannot have access to a job. And even education becomes an issue. My good friend Umaru Sanda is such a shining example.
Yeah.
So What have you done? Have you failed somewhat? What should be done?
Thank you, Samson. The issue of a lack of resources is overflowed. So sometimes I shy away from talking about it because you meet very good people to engage and you go to mention that, and that is made the central issue. And especially my friends in the media, that is what they will highlight on. So sometimes I shy away from talking about it, but it's a reality. And governments, successive governments have failed this commission in terms of resourcing it to operate at a very optimal level. Successive governments have failed us. But that is not to say that we haven't been able to build capacity from human and material level to be able to have a foundation that will enable us to engage. So something what we do is to partner institutions, partner individuals, get influencers to work with us. And I think today I need to celebrate the European Union here. They are not here, they've left. I need to celebrate them. When it comes to violent extremism, for the past 4 years or so, they have been very supportive of the NCC, and we are making real impact. Brigadier General is here. His staff are always working with us, something you have been involved yourself. And I believe there are many more people here who are. Father Clement is here. He's one of our witnesses. So I wouldn't say that we have failed completely. We are doing our best. And the issue about social cohesion and the threat of violent extremism and terrorism and others, I believe when it comes to counting the successful partners in the field now, we will stand tall.
Theodora Auntie, you at Forsdan are on the ground. You interact with the people, particularly the youth. What do you see to be the practical initiative?
Thank you very much, Samson, and thank you for marginalizing me. And a lot of things are happening. And so one of the biggest issues happening in the Upper West region now is what Mutari was talking about, land litigation and all of those things. And I have come to understand that it's a rainy season problem. It's a farming season problem. And so we have this huge issue of landowners and settlers and conflict that is raging in that whole region from Savannah to the Upper West region, where owners or landowners are giving restrictions to land settlers, don't farm here, don't farm here. And they also say, well, we have been here for a long time, and we can farm, and we have to farm, and come and perform this, come and perform that, and no, we have been settling for a long time, and we cannot do that anymore. The new Ghana, they call it, they say, this is Ghana. And so those old and traditional things that our forefathers were doing, we must stop. But the landowners say, this is tradition. We must continue to do these traditions. And I see that as a big problem. I think it's similar to what is happening in Boko. It's a huge problem. And I think that it's very important that we have some kind of national conversation around this traditional ownership of land and what should be done around it, because it resurfaces every year. In Hamile, for instance, when I went there, like 4 or 5 days ago, somebody has been killed, and they have that people are killed on farms every day. And so I think that is a huge problem we need to look at. And when you talk about youth and youth unemployment, it's also another serious problem. Again, illegal mining is rife in the northern regions. We used to know illegal mining happening in Eastern region, Ashanti region, but now it is very rife in northern parts of Ghana. And I mean, young people, in fact, they actually think they are protecting the integrity of Ghana, of Ghana's borders. That's what they told me. They are taking over lands and mining. They say there is gold everywhere. It's a free fall. And so they are doing that, and if you see the black water, how it's so muddy, you know, and we are doing that and we are destroying our natural resources. And there is not much control, if I should say, around the things they are doing. I know the military is trying very hard to bring some kind of control and command around those things, but we need to do a lot more to provide young jobs for the young people. In Hamile, for instance, they tell you, we know a place in Burkina, when you go, they'll give you $200 in a gun. I mean, that's what they say. Also still in Hamile, you see, and one of the biggest challenges of the immigration at Hamile is what they call, something like the Goro boys, the motorcycle guys who are bringing people in, bringing people into the country, in and out of the country, just taking some, and they actually force people. Oh, don't pass through the border, they'll charge you, they'll charge, let me take you. And then they pick them on the motorcycle into the bush and enter Ghana. And that is a very big worry also for the military. And when you talk to those boys, they say they don't have jobs. They don't have anything to do. And I spoke to somebody in one very strange place. I don't want to mention the name. And I asked him, okay, so what would make you stop this job? If you are paid, he said, if you pay me something like 500 cedis, I can't stop, I can't take it. But if you pay me I asked if I pay you 2,000, will you stop? He says, yes, 2,000 is good, I can stop this job. So they are looking for jobs. They are not looking for menial jobs or things that will get 300 cedis for, like security jobs or something. But we need to create jobs for our youth. And as we trumpet free SHS, as we trumpet education, and young people are going to school, what do they do after that? Because when you're educated, it's difficult to go back to the menial job that will pay you 500 cedis or 300 cedis. They want something more.
And the avenues you talk about are the same avenues where there is the potential of substance abuse, among other things. Once again, back to the question in this way. What are some of the short-term measures you think can be put in place, either by the state or by whichever stakeholders, because we are going into elections? One of the CDD's research showed that in places like Bunkuru, a family's wealth is measured by how much sophisticated weapons you have amassed for yourself. For what purpose? So, what are some of the immediate things that should be done?
Yeah, thank you again. I think the immediate, for me, the immediate will be government providing the environment for private sector, for instance, to provide jobs for young people. And that is crucial. Jobs and jobs and jobs is crucial, and a lot of education, as we do, a lot of education, sensitization and awareness on cohesion is very, very important. I think one of the biggest things also is trust. You know, social cohesion has to do a lot with trust, interpersonal and social trust. And in the midst of all this perception of corruption, let me not say corruption, but perception of corruption, perception of failure of government as we have it and as we have it and here on our radio every day. People don't trust. Ghanaians are not trusting. We are not trusting government, we are not trusting the security, we are not trusting the EC, we are not trusting the military. The lack of trust in the system is enormous. And so, as together as a people, from government to churches to religious, traditional authority and everybody, we must begin to build trust. And I think trust is so important that even without a job, even when you don't have a job and you know that the politician is suffering as much as you are suffering, you trust the system and you are able to do right. But when you see that somebody, as the guns will say, somebody is chopping more than you, and you are putting your all in somewhere, but you are not getting what is your due, then you lose trust in the system and you take the law into your own hands.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for him. So get ready with your questions or contributions, and you can name who on the panel you want to respond to your question, or if it's a contribution you have to, we'll request that you make it very snappy. Within a minute, you should be able to be done. But before that, let's hear from the place where people are actually trained on peace making, the Kofi Annan Center. Augustine Owusu, having listened to your colleagues, everybody else, and the immediate avenue that could be exploited for acts of violence and extremism being the forthcoming elections, what do you think should be done to enhance confidence in the process such that it doesn't get the nation to slide? You heard the National Security Minister, he's concerned.
Okay, having listened to everything, one thing I'm sure, and you agree with me, is that conflict is inevitable. Conflict within our society is inevitable. No matter what you do, there will be conflict. How these conflicts are resolved will determine if the social progression, which means we have to also focus on conflict resolution mechanisms. General said something that I want to read. That has to do with resolution. We have to start to focus a bit more on restorative justice instead of punitive justice. What do I mean by this? Whenever justice is meted out, what happens to the victims? Yes, you go through the formal system and everything. Sometimes, yes, someone goes to prison. But that person who is going to prison is also at times leaving behind family and friends, children. Who's going to take care of those children? So if there are more mediation and arbitration methods used to resolve conflict, I think it will enhance social cohesion. Another thing I'll touch on has to do with dialogue. This is done very well by traditional institutions, whereby whenever conflicts are being resolved, people are allowed to listen to each other. And when I say dialogue, I'm not talking about in cases where people actually listen to respond, but not listen to understand. When conflicts are being resolved, when there's a dialogue, people will actually understand where everybody is coming from. Because no matter how similar you think our ideas are, there are differences in whatever we do and we say. How are we using our shared cultural practices also to encourage social cohesion? Festivals. I know I travel every September to go to Victoria Fashion. And then you see so many different people in different communities. how are we advertising our festivals in all the different societies to ensure that there is bonding and bridging amongst our societies? I think I will invite at this time your questions or your quick comments. As I said, you can identify who responds to that. So you put your hand up, you tell us your name, and if you're coming from a specific group, you mention the group, all within 1 minute or less. So the lady just by the camera.
Thank you very much. Dr. Aziz, from the Marian Conflict Resolution Center. Yeah, I have quick issue. One, we've been hearing of, this is going to the Fubi's speaker, yeah. We've been hearing of rape, destruction of farms from our Fulani counterparts, as we spoke about. Is that not responsible for the issues that you are presenting about the violence that emanating from the youth in that sense? Then the second one to the violent extremists. I don't know the name very well, sorry about that. Yeah, recently we saw a WhatsApp message of a community destroying tables and chairs that have been presented to them by, it was a donation, I'm not sure who donated it, but they were destroying that because they were not getting network, and they feel they need network more than tables and chairs for the children to sit on. This kind of violent or action, how do we deal with it? How can we get rid of it? Because the such things are becoming too rampant in our community. And I think it's a threat to us.
Next, okay, so was it you? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Something about the National Justice and Peace Commission, Catholic Church. My question would also go to our brother from the Fulbis group. Is it not true that also there is not much effort in integrating? I mean, most of us rose up to be familiar with Fulanis in Ghana. But you find Fulani communities settled mostly outskirts. You don't find them in schools. You don't find them playing. Even the ladies who go around selling cow milk, they don't integrate much. And integration is cohesion. So I don't know what you can do about that. But on a comment.
I want to limit to question each, so that we have as many from as many people.
Well, just a comment, not a question. Okay. I want to indicate that we're talking about also how this is happening in terms of secular handle of issues that lead to violence. The general indiscipline, you see much of it is point at the youth. But all through our system, you realize that we don't classify leadership and adult discipline as discipline. We say you must respect elders. You have to look at that also.
Thank you very much. Please hold on for me. Yes. And then you can be 4, and I'll take some responses.
Hello? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Adiara Musadi from the PNC. I'm here sitting in the National Chairman. Thank you so much. The police person was to be my brother, the food man. Listening to his comments, in fact, it's very, very unfortunate. Because according to him, about more than 100 officers, the unit of his tribe were destroyed, shot dead. I just want to ask, he reported the case to the relevant institution to take up the case. If yes, what was the outcome that has been given to him? If no, then he should do that. He should report the case to police and see the action that the police will take. Because we are believing that without justice, there will be no peace. And without peace, there will be no security. Security will threaten our nation. So please,
thank you very much.
Follow up this.
Thank you. Yes. The gentleman whose hand is up. Yes.
very. After that, we take some responses. That'll be your fourth question.
Thank you very much. Very similar to what the sorry, what I take from the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council, General Secretary. Similar to the last questioner, I wanted to find out if I don't get anybody from the judiciary, for example, on the panel, but I'm thinking that the judiciary and how they deal with issues that come up in the communities, together with law enforcement, would help in minimizing the conflicts and promoting social cohesion and security. So I wondered if somebody could give an insight about the role of the judiciary and security services, please.
Thank you very much. And now, please, when you are responding, you have under a minute to respond. So the first question is about issues of rape, violent conduct by police. Could be accountable for these attacks. What do you say?
Okay, thank you very much. I think from the first question, my auntie raised the issue of rape and gross strategy, if these are not the reasons why people are shooting. I will say that, one, it's not only people who are criminals or who are rapists. In this country, we have a lot of people who commit similar crimes, but you don't really attack on their tribes. Why is this so? Why is it that when a single person commits a crime, the whole community don't deal with him as an individual, but rather the whole of his tribe? All this comes back to the stereotyping against the food. In some case, a rape was committed by someone without knowing who committed it. He was alleged that it was a food. We ended up picking 5 bodies in that last year. And we ended up reporting 8 rapes by a group of people from the communities. Later, when the report came out, the woman who claimed she was raped confessed that she was raped by Tondo. Meanwhile, children were killed. Their homes were burnt. Why is it so? We should be asking ourselves this question.
Right.
So, rock slashing and rape doesn't mean that, doesn't give anybody that opportunity to stand on to attack our tribe.
Perfectly said. We are
now,
of course. There, Samson asked lack of integration of full base.
Yes.
What do you say about
that?
that?
When you talk about lack of integration, yes, we have, as an association, we are trying as much as well. I made it mention earlier here that full base are mostly nomads. So we all know how nomadic herdsmen move around. They move as in where there's climate change, or they move as in remote areas. But this time around, we are trying to encourage them to have sensitization. Thanks to USAID, if they are here, they will be helping us through other CFOs, such as CFOs and other CFOs that we are trying to do from to let those in the rural villages be able to send their kids to school. We are on it.
Right.
Now,
so the next for you,
yes,
and the last question for you,
okay,
has to do with is from Hajia Abdallah. Yes. Have you reported this? Did you say 700?
Yes, 700.
Have you reported to police? If you have not, why not? If you have reported, what is the outcome?
We have reported. Even the night this incident happened at Pandai, I was the first person that was contacted by the chief. We reported if the police could move from his room to let his men go to the ground of the problem. So we had to call on headquarters for them to intervene. Actually, IGB intervened. That was when he was able to call the region, they sent in securities to go. But as we speak, nothing has been done. Arrest was made, 4 persons were arrested. The youth threw into the police station. They wanted to get the police station. The police has not option to release them out. And everything as we speak, more than 3,000 animals have not been seen. More than, it's just in Pandai, more than 300 dead, killed and taken away. Okay. And the case is still hanging.
Yes, Dr. Batabana, this is a clear case of impunity, that they overcome security in the place. What would be your suggestion? It looks like it's a place that requires special attention.
Well, agreed that, and that's why Hajia's question is very relevant. It's like we often have ethnic situations between herders and farmers and all other segments of society from time to time. But the law enforcement
agencies to not go to try to, to take the sides of the citizens or one ethnic group against the other. I'm not fully briefed for the fact that we could have slips from time to time in the investment of the resolution of such situations. But when the breach of the peace there is reported to the law enforcement agencies, remember that it's not everybody in the law enforcement agency that knows to try to do that. And let's also have a context that even in the security services of Ghana, we have members of the food bill said in all the security services of Ghana. Okay. I agree that there was a question about the deliberate efforts at the system. I teach in the staff which I've had an opportunity to have people of the food bill who the Ghana has said in Ghana.
Okay, thank you very much. Cool. Now, Augustine, there was a question from Dr. Vida Kurang about this very rare situation. It sounds bizarre that it's a member of parliament and who's also a minister, I think, about it. And he's donating desk because they need a desk for their school. And these people are rejecting the desk. They are rather destroying them and say we need internet connectivity. In such a situation, what do you do?
Oh, sorry. For me, in such a situation, the rule of law must take its course. Who does the desk belong to? Does it belong to the state? If it belongs to the state, who is responsible for bringing these people to book? Because one of the things that we see a lot is that whenever anyone gets up and destroys state property, for example, nothing is done. When the objects or the things belong to the state, nobody cares. Someone has to care, and someone is in a position of responsibility to address this. So that person has to address it. And let me say one last thing. A lot of the time, we like to have responsibility. But the other side of responsibility is accountability. Everybody is accountable to someone. So who is responsible to take action? Thank you.
There was a question from Apostle Emmanuel Tete about what collaboration there can be between the judiciary. For this, I was actually coming to you. Yeah, so Chidera Auntie, do you want to say something about that?
I wanted to say something about the desk, and I think that's where consultation comes in. A lot of the time, our politicians and people want to do things for communities. They don't consult the people on what their needs are, and that's part of the social cohesion. We need to consult the people to know what do they need. I'm not sure about the desk. Maybe they needed the MP or whatever they needed it, but it turns out that is not their most basic need. They need something more. So yes, as much as the law enforcement must take place, we need to consult the people to know what their needs are before we go out together. Otherwise, we'll have a lot of these situations. And as we can see, people are becoming, they are saying their eyes tear. People are becoming wide open, and they know what they want and what they need. So we need to consult more. I want to add. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And yes, please.
Yeah, it's about bottom to top approach. And in your case, you also made a presentation that they should look for, government should, the youth around the northern region for border crimes that they are committing. But you know, jobs in every area varies. And you did not tell us the type of job that government should provide so that the boys can come down. So I want that from you, please.
Okay, so can we deal with that before I take the next, perhaps the last round of questions?
Okay, so naturally those are some of the questions I asked them. What kind of jobs do they want? And in different places, they come up with different answers. So skills training, for instance, welding is some of the things they want. Welding, learning how to drive. But they need a lot of skills. Most of the people, young people who are into these things don't have much education. And so what they need is skills that they can work with and make money. And so welding, carpentry, and things like that are some of the things. And then, oh yes, some of them say they want a job with the security. A lot of them.
Yeah.
That is what we do.
All right, thank you. Are you still going to ask a question? And the Honorable MP, Madam Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari, and former Minister Creative Arts will come to you. Your hand was up earlier. Okay, you don't intend to ask the question again? Yes. Yes, he's the one I'm asking if he still wants to ask his question. Okay, good. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know that. My apologies.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I congratulate you on this program. As we are talking about the North, we are talking about the security of our country. And as a lot of people are coming, you can hear my voice. No, you cannot.
Very good.
Hello. Okay, all right. Okay. As we talk about people flooding from the north into our country over here, especially Kayaye, as they come here in their numbers. Well, that's not a very bad thing. They are working for their money and they send their money back. That's not bad. But for other countries who are coming here, especially Niger, Mali, and other Burkina Faso coming over here, and they always disturb us with begging. Sometimes you are walking and then they'll be holding your dress, want to hold your hands and that kind of thing. And their parents are sitting down watching them to do. The children will send to go and beg and bring the money back in the evening. So why can't the government block such a thing? Because it can also be a security risk to us. Because they don't go to our schools and even though we are complaining about work, and that can also be a block of our future work here in Ghana. And such children, they don't go to school here, and they continue to beg. As they grow, they become robbers. So please, the government should make an effort to solve this issue, because that thing will not help us at all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like Mukhtar to note this question and to answer it. Now let's hear from Madam Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari.
I am lucky. My name has been mentioned already. I am the Member of Parliament for Techman North, and I represent Catholic legislators. So mine is to the NCC boss. It is trite learning that ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So how well is NCC positioned to educating the general public about our role in a peaceful election? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, a while. Oh, sorry. Please hold on, I'll come to you. The lady whose hand is there, and those here I simply just couldn't see.
Okay.
I was discriminating against this rule for a while because you have 3 questions from this rule.
Okay, my name is Lydia Darlington Fojo. I work in WA. Just a bit on the Fulbe issue. I think we all have smartphones. If we should open our Google right now and search Fulbe stories that have been done by the media, we realize that it's the media adding on to the stereotypes. Why is it that if a Ghan man goes to rob, they don't say 35-year-old Ghan man or 35-year-old Ashanti man, but once it's a Fulbe person, it goes like 35-year-old Fulani man has gone to rob. So you see that the issue is also being hyped by the media. So I think the sensitization should start with the media. I've been in the media. I've done that before. When I was sensitized, I stopped doing it. Secondly, on the jobs, the legal issues you spoke of. If you go to Y East, after 10 a.m., you'll not find a single child in the classroom. They all move to the Galamsey side, do West, do East, all the do communities. So it's a serious issue. And so on the job, is it that there are no jobs, or the issue has to do with fairness in accessing the jobs? The youth, we are really peeved. When it comes to fairness in accessing, you are trying to speak in parables. So let me break it down. So the issue has to do with having a dialogue around nepotism, increased nepotism, which is affecting the youth, such that every youth either wants to migrate, or when there's a robbery attack, you hear a comment like, why did they attack market women and not politicians? These are statements that are not healthy for us. So we should be looking at dialogues around these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stay there. I'll give it to the lady. Forgive me, I'm discriminating for the woman. And that is supposed to be my
Thank
last
you,
question.
Samson.
But there's another woman up there, so you take that as our very last question. Thank you.
My name is Olivia Nswamponsam, the Executive Secretary of the Christian Mothers Association. My question goes to NCC. It appears you're the most under-resourced government agency in Ghana. But in this, our program, your role is very important in making people aware of all that is going on. I don't want to believe that you're under-resourced because the government is deliberately making your role unimportant in terms of making us aware so that we cannot know our rights, our left from our rights. Thank you.
No. So, back and go ahead. Thank you very much. Is it okay? Yeah. Thank you. Mine is also an appeal and not a question. And it goes to the gentleman from Kofi Annan Center. When they mentioned it, we all know it's a peacekeeping center. And so we were interested in knowing what they do or what they do to help in peacekeeping. Unfortunately, the gentleman was very gentle with the microphone. Very, very gentle that we those at the back did not hear anything at all. And so, very, very gentle. We wish we could hear something because dispute resolution is very, very key. And we will want to see how we resolve disputes or mediation at the center or whatever you were delivering. We are not saying you should go over again, but we also wanted to know how your institution helps to bring up those of us who are interested in peacekeeping. It's a training center, so how do we get there? How do you help in training us in helping to bring peace? You know, promoting peace is a very, very sensitive issue. If you want to promote peace and you're not well equipped, you may even escalate the troubles. And so you hear of cases where people even want to mediate, but they go and rather escalate it, more troubles. So we would have wished how to do it and how to use your resources to train ourselves to help the peacekeeping.
Yes. Thank you very much. My question and proposal goes to the NCC. Yes. Many years ago, we used to have civic education in schools. And now, your work, devoid of resources, can be simplified and implemented. If we should look at our education system and the positive values that are common in Ghana, including this peace, security, family values, cleanliness, environment, and all these things that has to deal with peace and security. If we could have a course in our educational system from KG1 probably up to the university, so that we have a sort of value system, and these children are in school so that they learn peace in Ghana, tolerance, security, environment, this thing and that. They are in school. And so very soon, before long, we have a generation that have value and who know what Ghana wants and what to put us together. But as we are doing it now, it's like ad hoc solutions. We just have meetings like this. What about those who will not hear, who will not be here? But now, fortunately, we have all our children in schools, a captive audience, and their minds are malleable, very receptive. And then we, as it were, have this positive indoctrination on positive values, then we form a new generation that will grow our nation. That's my suggestion when you have paucity of resources in educating the people.
Respond to the first question, and ladies and gentlemen, remember you're all doing this under 1 minute each. But let's begin with Mr. Kwawa. We thought that it was Barry was taking all the questions. We just realized that NCC is taking all the questions. So from Bishop to Olivia to also Elizabeth for Swedari, all of them are looking at you. What have you been doing?
Thank you, Samson. Let me take up that from Bishop. In fact, it touches my heart what you read. That is one of our fundamental struggles since injection. And I happen to be very, very lucky that I'm the pioneer staff of the commission.
Literally all my colleagues are gone, and I'm there. And I know that we tackled it when we were established. Our first chairman, we went to the extent of even developing the models for engagement. But we do not have the power to enter the schools to introduce a curriculum. We have to go through the curriculum development vision, then the implementation. And consistently over the years, we are told the curriculum is loaded. And so over the years, we have struggled, but we have not lost completely. They have made some introduction of, not the subject civics, but at least some level of civic education at the primary level. We are hoping to see the day when it will be accepted. And like you said, once that is accepted, then we have the building blocks in the schools. And when they come out, we are sure their engagement will bear fruits. Because now what we are doing is, since 1995, is through civic education clubs in schools, and it's voluntary. And so one has to decide whether he or she wants to be part of it. And unless we are given the opportunity to engage the entire school, that will be just a forum. So that is the challenge. And I'm happy you are adding your voice to it. We need to come up with an advocacy strategy from all of us to tell our governments that, look, we need to introduce civics into the schools as a school curriculum so that we will have some impact in it.